Hey everyone, I'm Tassenix, and welcome to an in-between season episode of Conquest, TB, and Chill. It is, pretty quiet off week here. Got an extremely needy cat who started demanding attention the second I started going live. So that's the way of things. How's everybody doing today? Cat here in a minute. Let me. Yes, needy kitty. I get it. All right. So yeah, good afternoon, Taps and Chats. Says Press Wampa. Hi, all, says Ganroth. Um, Others here. To Sprizzle says howdy. Hey, good to see you. And over on YouTube, I think we're caught up. Okay. All right. So, first question up here from Depressed Wampa. I saw that Sasha mods Dre with speed set and you an offense set. What made you choose offense over speed? So before the Dracron, speed was kind of the default that everybody was rolling with. And when this Datacron meta, when we started having the Dracron, it seemed pretty obvious that going heavy on offense was clearly the better way to roll for that time. And so for those 4 months, those very fast speed mods with high offense were parted out. The other teams, other characters. Now, could I put that genie back in the bottle? Sure. But by the time that Datacron set expired, I just didn't feel like the tear-up was worth it. So I've tried to put as much speed on as possible while still staying, true to the primaries that are on that character. I still wanted to be about 300 speed, but I know you could be closer up to 320, 330 if I really wanted to push the issue. She's good as she is, though. Because you're thinking about the big beneficiary of speed is this unique. When she's debuffed, she has plus 50% speed. That's actually pretty crazy in a speed set. So I'm leaving something on the table. Yes. By not going back into speed. But, you know, I'm okay with it. Long term, maybe. Go back. Good question. All right. Well, yeah, Depressed Wampa jumped right into the spirit of the show, guys. I am ever your servant, and today I have a bunch of stuff to do in the background while we answer your questions, so keep them coming. This stream can run basically as long as you guys want it to. I'd say probably not less than 2 hours, and kind of play it by ear from there. Leia thing, right? I just got to do Leia 4 times. Sure. Depressed says, "Gotcha. I like how you can explain your decisions. Thanks, Tess." Yeah, you know, I'm glad you appreciate that, man. And that's something that you'll see in my mod guide videos. I'm pretty careful to say what's my preference versus what I think is, like, objectively the better way to go. So happy to help. So Tico, hey buddy, hey, what's going on? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. Yeah, Wampa, let me know if you want to play some Helldivers. I could also do that on stream. More difficult to take slug of questions, but not necessarily impossible. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday, Sotico. Pleasure that you're here with me on your birthday. Nice. What character did you have the least hype for and were actually blown away once you got your hands on them? Wow, that's a very interesting question. My default stance is, until I actually do have the character in hand, I try not to hype it up at all in my head, because, you know, whatever my fantasy is has nothing to do with what it's going to be once I actually get to play with the character, right? So, I don't know, let me stop and think about it. Now, you didn't specify any... for any character, you didn't put any other qualifier on. Who looked impressive? Well, I will say SM33's kit at first looked fun, but limb from limb does a lot of damage. That's probably not the most. Like, who's this gonna be? Who is it? I'm trying to think of all, like, the wow moments in my head, and most of those moments that are coming up right now are characters that I thought would do well and then did well. Struggling. That question again? What character did you have the least hype for or actually blown away once you got your... Sure there is an answer. Does anybody remember me being down on something in particular? I'm trying to be honest with the question here, so I'm trying to find who's actually kind of been unimpressive on their face. Well, I can say this much. Look, when Quiggled's kit was brand new, if you go back and see our video, the Plotting and Scheming crew covering this, we thought it looked good. Did not realize how good. Granted, there's some lifting getting done by that long text pirate level 6. This guy's better than I would have thought. Yes, Tico, you said Jedi Master Mace was the one for you. You've been completely turned on to that entire team now. Nice. I mean, yes, I see why you say that. As a whole, like all around in all game modes type of team, Jedi Master Mace is nice. Being able to throw that team in on auto with the TB Omicron applied to Depa, killer. Love it. Hey, Shake, good to see you. Ren2G says, what are your pirate splits? And if OG Hondo is in there, what is your Balin team? So I don't think that Hondo is necessarily like a full-time Balin requirement in 5 vs 5. The biggest advantage to him, aside from Hondo's own kit, obviously, is him just being there is going to cause the Balin team to stack defense at an increased rate. So it's nice, but by no means required. So Balin, Shin, Marok, depends on whether or not you use your Bad Batch Omega team, but Mercenary Hunter, Mercenary Wrecker is still good. Zalbar Mission is good. Zalbar is underappreciated in how good he is with Balin. Now, you can say that's with or without Mission. I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to take the Zalbar and not the Mission. But to be honest, she still slaps. I think I'd probably take Zalbar Kira. That would be a top-notch 5 vs 5 version of Balin. So I wanted to answer that first because it's easier to just knock out Balin. Now, as far as 5 vs 5 goes, so here's the thing. I think as long as you have a Darkside Bulk level 3, you have the incentive to make your Pirate King team all Darkside. Can you have OG Hondo in here? No problem. I see no reason why that can't be. But you're going to give up some chunk of survivability for your team in this current Datacron meta. So Pirate King, SM33, Silvo, Brutus, Vane. That's the 5 team that I'd probably run. And then, assuming that we're going to use Hondo in here, it would be Maz with Hondo, Quiggled, Ithano, and Kix. Could you drop Hondo? Sure. If you wanted Hondo back in with Balin, that's probably what I would do. I wouldn't put him back in with Pirate King while we have this Dark Side one. I mean, there could be a specific counter that you're looking to really jam up with that. I don't know, like if they're going to take Slacker in 5 vs 5 the same way they did 3 vs 3, then Hux is going to prevent Hondo from gaining turn meter, so your Gambit to cut off whatever they're doing isn't going to work with Hondo, right? You're still going to have the rest of his kit, but if people are going to use this is something that we found in 3 vs 3, right? Using Slacker against Hondo teams, Pirate King Hondo teams, basically meant that OG Hondo felt kind of squandered because generally would focus him first. He just dies. Then you smash down the tank and finish the fight, yeah? So I expect that may end up being the same case in 5 vs 5. So there's 2 reasons to consider not having OG Hondo with your Pirate King. If you wanted to have Hondo, or regular Hondo, back in with Balin, perhaps Nest as your 5th with Maz. And in this case, I think it's time maybe to remod your Nest. Perhaps a fast offense set. I think we all have been in the habit in a long time of allowing her protection up to stack by making her slow, right? And so she's counterattacking, continuously stacking up. But allowing her to actually put out a couple rounds of cooldowns in the fight would be pretty hilarious. And I see a bright future for Nest on this team. Okay, so Tico, yeah, RJT, she's a good character, but she's just, it depends on where you are. Like what what you're using. If you're still using her a lot, all power to you, because there was a time where I used RJT regularly, but not so much anymore. Still. Good to see you, Shake. Zoltar, Quiggold has impressed me. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. All right. Kira, yeah, absolutely, Guru. Love Kira in with Balin, for sure. Osley, good to see ya. Hey, Womprat, what's going on, man? Good to catch you. Onslaught Storm over on YouTube says, do you think Ufus will be able to beat the full Dark Side Pirates in 5 vs 5? They did consistently for me in 3 vs. So where are you in terms of the types of Datacrons you fight? Are you fighting like Relic 8, Relic 9 teams that have like Dark Side bulk level 3, the bulk stats on the Cron, stuff like that? Because that would be my biggest concern, is that you just get outbulked. The alternative being, now here's the case. And I would love to hear this from you, Onslaught Storm. You were using Seer Malicos against Pirate Kings last season successfully. Was that with OG Honda? Because I'm thinking that could be a case. If you think your opponent is going to do something other than Slacker against your Pirate King, maybe you do drop that little bit of bulk from the level 3 and put OG Hondo in with Pirate King, because with the Lightning Raid buff, there's a 20% chance that he could choose to lock down your Malicos, and that would kind of be it for you. That would be my guess. But I'd like to hear if Onslaught Storm fought any teams in 3 vs 3 that had OG Hondo, and if so, did they lock down his Malicos in it? And if so, did he then go on to win any of them? Because that's my suspicion. Like, that can be the one impediment you might throw in to make somebody think twice about doing Seer Malicos versus your Pirate King. But good question. I like that. Darth Soleil, hey, good to see ya. Oh yeah, let me turn on the chat, guys. My bad. Modulo. Hey, Tass, what do you think about Boss Nass full offense modding to make his slap even harder? I like it. I like the idea, but I question how much it matters that he does more damage than that he is truly moving very quickly. Like, I have him close to 350. Like, that is an amount of speed that matters. Maybe you can have him up over 300 in a full offense. But if it's like, 300 to 310, I still got 40 speed on that. That is an appreciable amount of speed, I think. I'd rather have him do more turns than perfect turns. Because remember, he's doing that once every, 3-4 cooldowns? Like, I know that you get help with bonus turns from Jar Jar and everything, but I don't want to be overly reliant on that. My inclination would be, if you take a look at my Gungans, I don't even know. So yeah, speed mods right now, protection skew, not a ton of added potency actually. It's kind of surprising, but then again, he gets a lot of help with potency, right? What I did do is I tucked in some offense on the secondary, right? So you could absolutely do a better job than I did, because I don't think I made a huge effort of having a high amount of offense on these. Yeah, some of these mods different. I remember. Yeah, this used to have like crazy offense stuff. So I prefer speed set with high offense, and just for situations like this. Most of the time, if you're going for real serious offense, it's better to do it. Okay. Striker, what's the point of getting a badass motherfucking Fez if you don't care? Well, I mean, you can just... Thank you for outing yourself as not attending the last several streams, because I enjoy really wearing that when I'm actually doing the Grand Arena fighting. I want to keep things on rotation. So, not the same hat all the time. Also, I'm not your goddamn dancing bear on a unicycle, Striker. I don't work for you. I'll wear whatever hat I fucking want. Alright. Onslaught says, I didn't try versus OG Hondo. Played versus Dagger and such, so pretty good Datacrons and mods. Yeah, okay, so you fought Dagger last season, then you're fighting the good stuff. But you were getting a consistent 57 for the most part, nearly timed out against a 90% health cron with bulk. So I think then, yeah, OG Hondo would pose a significant threat to a Seer Malicos composition. That is my suspicion. Yes, you do. I hate your rage. I love that. I love that. All right. All right. We're catching up with the chat, guys. Back into. Yes. Keep the questions rolling, people. Paratran, hey Tass, hey, what's going on? Striker, who's the guest for the preview episode? I will be straight up with you guys. I have not put any particular amount of effort into seeking a guest for this episode. Partially because I know that some of the people I'd like to have on are not going to be available at the time that I know I have to record, and also partially because of the people that are going to be available. We've mostly had like the good ones, and I think I also let the voice of the people dictate. I'll occasionally get DMs from folks saying, "Hey, I think it'd be really interesting to see so and so on your show for plotting and scheming." And in general, I'm trying to have guests that are in, the top 100. Members of the regular members of the show themselves are sometimes outside of the top 100, so that isn't like a strict criteria. Maybe top 500. So I mean, if there's content creators you guys would like to see that are strong Grand Arena players, because that's the mission of the show, right? You want to watch the show, pick up maybe an edge to apply in your next Grand Arena round. I want people that know the game, so. Let me know. Send them my way. Jake. Now that's a sense of humor, man. Jake, redeemed a character flex. What are you wanting me to look at, Jake? What do you want me to see? B? You think you can pay me 2,500 channel points to not do TB? I mean, the time's going to go by anyway, and I have to do TB. You might just want to accept that that's going to happen. There are not a lot of content creators that are strong Grand Arena players. Let's be real here. I don't want to say that because again, in the interest of honesty, I don't watch as many streams as I used to either. So there might be people that I'm not thinking about. Like, for example, Vexatron was not on my radar at all before he fought and beat TJ. And then beat him again, and I was like, that was one of those. Like, I gotta take a look at what's going on here, because anybody can lose a match. TJ can lose a match. I can lose a match. Whatever. That isn't remarkable. But like, Vexatron defeating TJ twice in the same season, I was like, so. And I had no knowledge of this guy. He's been content creating since well before that moment, but I had no visibility. So, quite honestly, I don't know who I don't know. So Tico says, something I've been speculating on is the verticality of this game and the inevitability of a tier of character above Galactic Legends. Yep. Do you see that sort of ascension closer or further away with the implementation of Relic Delta? Well, as we talked about on this show, on my stream, when I've had guests like Ranger or Karthik drop in on Plotting and Scheming, other podcasts where you might have seen me guest talking about Relic Delta. Relic Delta is a, to me, I think of it as under the umbrella of Relic 10. So I think of them as inextricably linked. Like you're having the need, at least from their design philosophy, their design point of view, the question of incentives for why should players reach for Relic 10, part of that equation is Relic Delta. So I think that you're asking, like, do I see something coming beyond Galactic Legends? I think yes, but not because of Relic Delta, but because of Relic 10. So, yeah, the existence of Relic 10 implies, in this case, something like Relic. Yeah, Vex is great. Exactly. Yeah, Vex is a very entertaining watch. Very true. And honestly, that's my bad, right? Like, just didn't know who the guy was at all at that point. Hmm. Did I catch that? Do I see that type of next tier closer because of Relic 10? Well, I think that it's encouraging that they're thinking about more content long term. And I agree with you that uh, there should be something eventually that ends up above Galactic Legends. Not because that makes sense from what's going to be better than these characters that they made as Galactic Legends, but from we need to create the next tier of things up. Galactic Legends are years and years and years old now. There needs to be an entirely new upper layer, to justify the continued ongoing of this game. So, okay, fine. I can absolutely see that. And yes, I think that Relic 10 is them finally deciding to add vertical progression after some years, because Relic 9 is years and years old now, without anything else added on top. So yes, I expect that this implies a vision for the next few years that I'm happy with. You're going to head out and do my birthday stream, but I'll catch you later, man. Have a great day. Thanks for dropping in, Tico. Good luck on your stream. Appreciate you. Let me give you a shout out here. Go drop in on Tico. Keep a tab open for me, yeah? But drop in on Tico and say happy birthday when he goes live. All right. I'm Zoltar. What's the main reason to have a speed primary arrow on Leia instead of a health primary with a fast speed secondary? When considering Relic Delta, I think health primary would be best. Almost certainly health primary would be best. And honestly, I haven't really stopped to consider the question in a long time. Let's have a look. First of all, I do just roundly like 570 speed. Now, you don't have to take my word for it, but after playing however many matches with her on offense here, with certainly inside the top 20, but now for at least a little while inside the top bracket against the biggest and very baddest, it feels by play that being slower than 570 has been punishing for me. If you guys recall, when she was brand new, I used to run her in full health, up over 200,000 health. I want to say something like 550 speed. 540 speed. And it was cool. I mean, in terms of doing that true damage based on her max health, it was massive. It was serious. But I think what sold me going back to speed was doing Leia mirrors. And that's not something you're doing a lot now. But that was a thing for a time. And because it was, it could be again. Regardless, when that was a thing, you would think that, okay, so she takes... she's a bit faster. She might take one, maybe two more turns over the course of the whole fight. And surely that doesn't matter when she's having something like 170,000 health, and I'm over 200,000 at the start of battle. Surely my true damage must overcome the advantage of that speed, right? Not 100% of the time. Not in the way that I felt like I don't want to say I got lapped like a bunch of times or something, but it felt like you got a couple extra cooldowns out of her kit that I didn't get, and I did not go for that experience. So anyway, let's see just how fast I could make her. What I was going to say is, regardless of whether or not you want to go with the speed primary or health primary, you're right. You would want to have very high speed regardless. I think going too much slower than something even like 29, I'm doubtful about, all right? Because here, we can take this one just to see. So we go from 178 to 185. That's nice, and I only dropped 5 speed. That isn't actually bad. The little bit of offense is the actual little tiny bit of armor is quite nice. It would be super cool if I had 25s and 20 already. So it would take just my absolute fastest to try and recover that speed, in which case this health would be a huge deal to have. Yeah, I would like that a lot. Like I said, though, I mean, you've put it on my radar. I might take a look at that again in the near future. But my gut still says I don't want to be too much under 570. So that's the best explanation I can offer to you. All right. Paratran says, I'm less worried about a tier above Galactic Legends and more worried about when GLs will start requiring Relic 10s. That would be whack. That would make sense, actually, for that level of requirement to be for the next class of thing above, right? How do you square that? How do you call all these units Galactic Legends when you have, 8 to date?
And like only 4 of them deserve the title?
Well, I'm just saying, like, you have 8 of them to date, none of them having a Relic 10 requirement, and suddenly a new one gets introduced, here's the next one coming up, here's the first set of requirements, and it's, how they release them, 5 at a time, and wouldn't you know it, 2 sets of them have 1 Relic 10 each in it, so you got like 2 Relic 10s coming up for something like that. Outrageous. There's no reason. It doesn't make sense. It just seems like an unnecessary burden for them to put on themselves, because here's the thing, I don't think you'd think of it twice. At least you wouldn't be outraged if it was part of a new class of unit. It kind of just logically follows. Oh, the highest level of materials are just required here on this absolute top tier new class of character. Okay. Also, hi Dagger. Thanks for dropping in. How you doing?
Yeah, I would just like to say that GLs came out before we had R8. And then they required R8 for GLs. And then R9 came out, and they required R9 for GL. I don't know if we're going to get more GLs, but it does track that if we get more GLs, R10s will be required for them.
I guess, when you put it that way. It's just...
I'm not disagreeing with you about how kind of just...
No. Your point specifically about Relic 9 actually holds, because I expect the cost for Relic 10 when it's brand new here to not be less than what Relic 9 was.
Yeah. And it took them like a year to... Well, it took them more than a year. It took them like 2 years to require... Was it 2 years? When did the Radis come out? Or not Radis, Profundity. Because I think that was the first R9 requirement.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would be a good way to look at when R10 would be required for something. That being said, CG's timetable seems to be moved up. This Relic Delta seems more geared for like Relic 12 than Relic 10. It really does.
Let me do the shout. Yeah, let me do the shout out properly. There, maybe. Yep, there it is. My bad. Thanks for the reminder there, Shake. All right. Havoria says, well, I don't disagree about a level of character above Galactic Legend. But, what would it be? It feels like they've painted themselves into a corner, assuming these super characters need to be something that's known and established to get buy-in from players. I take your point, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is going to be more like what Dagger's suggesting, because he's saying, technically speaking, when we started this whole thing with Galactic Legend, have Relic 8, then later, Relic 8s were part of requirements, then later still, Relic 9s became part of requirements. So maybe they see the up-and-coming Galactic Legends, if that's the route they still choose to take, as, the very top of the Galactic Legend tree. Some of these GLs are much more accessible than others, and that is intentional. There's a case. And then you do say, to be fair, my above comment is really a CG question, not a task question. Yeah, I have no inside lines to CG, guys, so I've got nothing to give you. Besides what I think. Go ahead, Dagger.
Well, I'll say, okay, so I'm going to operate in a hypothetical world where what CG says, the middle ground happens. And by the middle ground, I mean, let's say that the Relic Delta comes out and they make Relic 7 the new Relic 5, where you could take the majority of your roster there in a reasonable time frame, but it will take time to get there. When they start making R7 that trivial, and I'm putting the trivial part in air quotes, so don't come after me for this, how easy is it to get Rey and Kylo? How easy is it to get C and JML? I think that the title Galactic Legend, for some reason, we think that they can't have something better. I mean, they can absolutely name it, like, Whispers of the I don't know, insert some dumb name for a character. We have epic confrontations. You think those are I rolled really hard when they announced Gas and Malik as epic confrontations. Like,
Fair.
they can name it whatever they want. So the fact that we can't come up with a name doesn't really matter. But we will eventually move on to what's after Galactic Legends. And I think that's something we'll all have to square with. If this game is meant to last like another 4 to 5 years, it can't handle another 4 to 5 GLs without significant overhauls to everything. And CG has a history of not overhauling things and just creating another tier of something. So whatever is after GLs, let's say they stop at 10 GLs. Whatever's next is going to be better than GLs, which means you're going to have to get that, which then devalues GLs, which with making all these relics a lot easier to get would make sense with them somewhat devaluing GLs. I'm not saying they will come out with something that is bigger than GLs. I'm just saying that I think it's kind of a silly opinion to think that they won't, or that there's no chance they will. Especially with these changes to make Ray and SOK like really easy to get. Like Ray and SOK are actually really easy to get.
I don't think anybody here said that they don't think it's.
I'm not saying they are. I'm not trying to shadowbox anyone. I'm just saying in general. I think that it is very likely we move on to what's next sooner rather than later. Sorry, I'll stop. Yeah.
By the way, just so you know, Ray and SLK are literally like brain dead easy, because they have been for the past 2 years just straight up releasing LSPs constantly, some of which are now permanent, so that every fucking player can get them for like $40.
Yeah.
And isn't on their ship requirements though? And they have not moved
all the
ship
patrons
farming
drop
at
it into
all.
chat. Striker, Shake,
for what it's worth,
JJ.
For what it's worth, though, Jake, I'm speaking strictly from a free-to-play perspective. Obviously, if you're going to spend money, things are attainable. Obviously.
Yeah, but $30 isn't really, oh yes, I spent too much money. It's just,
I'm not arguing
yes,
that,
I
but
bought
I'm saying strictly from a free-to-play perspective, GLs are, like, Ray and Kylo are really easy to get right now.
Fair.
And they're only going to get easier with any amount of increase to relics being added.
Yeah, fair.
Haratran has a question piggybacking off of what Dagger said in the server earlier today. How valuable do you think Hondo is for a smaller account? And would it be worth dropping everything to get, assuming I wouldn't have him for the raid no matter how fast I got him? That's up to you. I think that he should be a relative priority. I don't know when Relic 9 becomes a priority for newer players. I won't pretend to know that. I do know that I referenced my 4 friends who started about 3.5 years ago. They are all... Hondo's going to be like their 4th or 5th GL. So I don't know if that's where the average player is going to land, because they're... he's coming out now. But I think he should be in like your top few GLs. R9 is rough right now, even when they add more to the even if they increase the economy, R9's still not going to be easy.
True.
I still think for the average player, Java should be the number one.
Yes, for sure, 100%.
Because
and
Rise of Empire. Plus, he's got Smuggler's Run.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying you're wrong, Havorius, but he says, I think Ahsoka is becoming a higher priority than Hondo, personally, with the new event. Smuggler's Run 3 blows the fuck out of her event. Like, it's not even close to being close.
Not even shit still.
Like, that
It's
is a
nice
hot,
he has
hot,
something.
hot take. Smuggler's Run 3 is ridiculous.
Yeah, even Smuggler's Run 2 is better than her event.
Yeah, her event is
It's
like...
nice he has
Leia
something, but it's whatever.
Yeah, it's better than the Leia event, and that's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's better than not having any.
How many players said, like, I would feel so much better if they would do so little as adding a resource event? Here we are, resource event. It's not enough.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, yeah.
I see it as bonus cookies.
Yeah.
Whenever they give out freebies, they do not have to give you anything. Yep. It's free stuff. Free stuff is free stuff. If you don't like free stuff, fair enough, but it's free stuff.
Yeah, people are complaining they can't pass like R3 of this era battle. It's like, you mean the free thing they're giving you?
Yeah, I've taken Fallen up to R7, and it's, can't get past 3. It's like, okay, they're clearly.
Oh, wait till just next week. It'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you look at it, you need one of them to be at R9 to get up to the final phase of the thing. It's not as good as the previous era battles. They are not giving out crystals this time, so there's not 20,000 crystals on offer.
Which, by the way, lets you cascade one era into the next. And I think that's what CG's trying to avoid. Is that if you just if you buy an era, you can fund the next era functionally with the era battle. Which I pointed out when that happened, that I thought that was amazingly generous.
But that is only if you are able to complete the final tier of the event on day 1, and so far there has not been one that you can, because you are always missing characters. So they will run it 3 or 4 times, and the maximum you can get is like 3rd level.
Yeah, Hiratran says got Jabba, Leia, SLK, and JML, as well as working on exec and prop, working my ass off to survive in K3, and I feel like the mod boost from the Hondo event would be insane. And he prefaced that by saying, I'm currently working on Levi, and I'm tempted to moving to Hondo ahead of every other farm. I think the fleets are going to be the highest priority for you just in general. I do agree that for newer players, Jabba, Leia, SLK seem like the first 3 you should get, unless you want to go like Jabba, Leia, Hondo. But Leia is like the new SLK to a degree, where if you're a newer player and you don't have Dre, I'm saying, like, if you have Dre, SLK is the not trying to.
I can't agree with Hondo because, well, Rex aren't farmable and they aren't going to be accelerated for another year. So.
Oh yeah. I'm saying if somebody started today, by the time they got to like their 4th GL, he would.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. In that world, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was saying, and they might not have Dre in that first year, which is why I said, or in that first couple of years, which is why I'm saying that SOK is similar to DMK.
You guys keep talking a minute. I'm going to step away, leave the viewers in your capable hands while I go blow my nose, because while I've had the mic muted, I must have sneezed like 12 times in a damn row. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, Havorius, Ahsoka's event getting you to those R9s faster, I guess, would be my argument. I could see that being a good argument, or a better argument, if we didn't have the Queen Amidala event and the Prettier Bros events. And all the era battles just like dropping droid brains on us.
I was going to say the Prettier and the it's not Queen Amidala, but it's Master Qui-Gon and Padawan Obi-Wan.
Yeah,
those R9 investments pay themselves back inside of a year. So,
in a matter of months. It's like 6 months and they pay you back.
Yep. So they're absolutely worth it. So that's 5 R9s to then get essentially, what do? 1 of those a month?
And most players are going to get to do 2 to 4 of the era battles relatively for free. Now, this Zuckuss and Forlom one might be a little different because there's only 2 of them, and I don't know if they likely won't be farmable before the era's over. But I mean, like, I feel I could be wrong here, but I didn't buy all the Mace marquees, and I still got to the end of the Mace one.
Yeah, I mean? But they delayed that era battle though, didn't they? They didn't bring that out.
The pirate one they delayed.
So
yeah, I'm not arguing that, Havorius. What I'm saying is that I feel like the droid brain income has increased substantially enough to where Smuggler's Run 3 should be the priority. And I understand what you're saying about the R9s, but there's already ways to print R9s in this game, relatively free to play. By R9ing, like Stryker said, Master Qui-Gon and Padawan Obi-Wan, the Prettier trio. And I understand that they're not in the raid. Like, I'm not trying to argue that. I'm just saying that they are amazing characters in of themselves, and they are absolutely worth doing. And I'm not saying the Ahsoka event is bad. None of us are saying it's bad. We're simply saying that 160, that every 2 weeks, you're going to get 160 or more attenuators, and you're going to get the 6.2 mods and then 6A a mod. Every 2 weeks. Just for having Hondo. And that's only if you get to do one tier, which I guess Meathead has kind of like alluded to you being able to do both tiers. And if you can, that's like, what? 250 attenuators every 2 weeks. There's no way you can you can convince me that 5 droid brains is better than like 200 attenuators every 2 weeks. I don't know how you guys feel about that. That's just me personally.
That depends entirely on how Relic Delta falls. If being R9 is more important than
we just started a hype train, guys. Oh shit! I gotta catch up.
I would disagree with what you've just said. It depends whether Relic Delta balance falls.
So far from listening to the testers, Relic Delta 1 and 2 are negligible.
I agree, and so far I agree, but because you're doing hypothetical worlds, I think if all of a sudden it's a Relic Delta of XYZ gives this, but if if it's R9 versus R5, we're going to add a bit more or whatever, then R9 suddenly looks a bit more attractive than attenuators, which, although mods are very, very important, with each facet that they're adding onto progression, they're becoming less and less. I mean, let's face it, I probably have
let me
mods.
interrupt here real quick to say thanks, guys, for kicking off this hype train. We are into a level 1 hype train, 31%. Calidus, your resubscription with Prime, I guess, was the trigger. I'm trying to scroll up and see who donated earlier to make this possible, because I owe you thanks, but honestly, I'm not seeing it. So whoever you are, please, wave or say something in the chat and be acknowledged, because you deserve it. And I don't know why it doesn't tell me who the other two are, but thank you guys. All right, back to what you two were discussing.
Yeah, I honestly think that mods are just inherently more important to your account than almost everything else. Because relics are, and I understand that mods are also a time, but getting more resources for mods, in my opinion, is more important than getting more resources for relics. Because if you're not trying to compete at the very top end, I don't feel like Relic Delta is going to affect people as much as they think it will, because the people with bigger accounts are going to drift up and the people with smaller accounts are going to stay where they are or drift slightly down, and they're going to find this equilibrium. I think it's going to be a rough few months of people finding that equilibrium, but when it boils down to everything, the one thing I tell people is the thing you have the most control over, both the amount and the everything, is mods. You need mods. Relics will just come in time. Mods kind of will, but I think mod resources are more important than relic resources right now. For the vast majority of players, unless you have everyone well modded, or you feel like you have everyone well modded, then you're like, I guess I can just go for relics. But if newer players get Hondo, I feel like even if they don't need all those resources, then just having those resources is going to be far more important.
Yes and no, in that for 5v5 you only need how many teams? 22. So beyond that point, you don't need that many.
I think that's a slightly disingenuous point. Like, I understand your point. I just think that if you think you only need 22 teams, I think you're closer to needing 30 just because of how the meta works. And unless you want to remod your entire roster for every single Datacron set, like, I just don't see that being reasonable.
I mean, fair enough.
But I do take your point about 5v5 and the amount of characters needed.
Black Lion in the chat says, I'm almost 14 million GP in a great guild. I need droid brains more than the calibration.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I believe there exists a player who's on that cusp where they've punched up to the point where you're hitting about as good as you're going to hit against players that already have a significant number of Relic 9s on you. There is such a thing as a too much line. I believe in the existence of that line. So that implies the existence of a player that needs the brains more.
Yeah, can I put myself forward as being that player on that cusp? Because, come on. I get outgunned massively.
Now, you are actually entering hell, yes. Where the probability of seeing a full Relic 9 opposing roster is not a vanishing chance, a passing chance.
Yeah, and I guess my take basically distills down to, and I want to try to pivot off of this to talk about other things, because we could actually discuss this for hours and hours. Because I think it's that deep or important of a topic. But I'll kind of just distill my argument down to mods are one of the only evergreen things in this game, and relics will continue to get better. Eventually, they will add mod progression, and when mod progression happens, you want to have the most mods that are good available to you, which is why I prioritize mods, because they'll eventually do something with mods. And at the end of the day, the mods I have aren't good enough now. Like, I don't have enough defense mods. I don't have enough mods with high offense percent. You're always trying to calibrate and generate new mods because they're one of the only permanent things in the game. And you can make up for less the mantra has been for years, if I don't have good enough mods for a character, I'm going to put a relic level on it. And what happens when we hit this ceiling where you can't put a relic level on them and you actually just need them to have good mods? So maybe it's the game, maybe it's the air quotes, the way I was raised. You know what I mean? The whole, like, I put relics on things because I didn't want to put mods on them, or great mods on them. And with all this economy changes in Relic Delta, it means that my lower relic characters are going to need my better mods. And I'm not just talking about me. Like, your lower, if you have an R7 trying to punch into R9s, like, yeah, you're going to be getting, like, it's a 10% decrease in damage and 10% more damage from them. That just means that your mods and datacrons matter even more.
By the way, thank you guys. This hype train finished here at level 1, but thank you guys for kicking one off at all. Very surprising, very welcome, and yeah, appreciate it. All right, you guys were saying.
And I'll leave my point at that. And I'm not here to tell anybody what their individual bottlenecks are. Just my general philosophy on the game.
Fair enough.
But it's Striker, if you wanted to give your side. I just want to move on to some of the other comments. That's all I'm saying.
I just said that Dagger says some of my lower relic characters need better mods, and I just want you to that I just tuned out there on that some of my lower relic characters need better mods. Shut the fuck up, Dagger.
I didn't always have a maxed account. You realize that I was Striker longer than I've been this account.
Yeah, and right now, this is the account in question. And
I said in my little monologue there that I'm not just talking about me. I'm talking about people who have R7s.
Yeah, like I said, I tuned you out after that, so I don't hear the rest of your.
Until you donate your money from your oil field to people, they're going to not have that either.
Yeah, so that ain't happening to you.
No freebies on Shake.
Yeah. Sorry. But yeah. But I do understand your point, Striker. If you wanted to give your rundown of everything, like I said, I don't want it to be a long winter.
No. And yes, mods are important. And when you are going into the top 100, then yes, it's the differentiator between sort of the good players and the great players. But I think that given the size of the board, given that there are teams that mechanically you can win with lesser mods, that I struggle to say that they are the most important thing, because I think that their worth is diminishing because mods haven't really been advanced for a very long time, whereas relics and obviously datacrons have come in that have nullified them to somewhat.
I think nullified is a very strong word. Blunted, maybe?
They have reduced their efficacy, if you want to be.
Certain types of mods,
yes.
Others,
no. Is something we can do. We can all agree that mods have taken a slight step back since datacrons and relic level.
Yes, and that's by design. That's okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What questions you guys got? Drop them in the chat. We can all stay here in Discord and bicker about anything. Trust me, we do it enough.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wanted to just land our planes and.
I am biting my tongue, and I'm behaving because we're on stream. I don't want to get cancelled.
These guys are not on their best behavior in the patron chat, I assure you.
Vin says, can you turn the sound effects down, Task? Can barely understand Dagger. There was somebody else on Twitch, I think, that also said that your shit's too loud. Turn it the fuck down.
Music's the same volume, but always.
Well, people in the chat disagree.
Turn it down. Okay, how's that, guys? You'll have to let me know. I have it from volume 4 out of 100 to volume 2 out of 100.
Yeah. Hovorus makes a good point, too, that just to go back to what we were talking about before, GLs also came out in a time when they weren't expecting the game to still exist at 10 years.
Yeah, I saw that comment.
Yeah, that I think is... COVID did so much to save this game's life.
I also slightly disagree with that, because when they started, and Carrie was brought in when they wanted to launch ships, no pun intended, and it sort of be a success. But she was definitely on some podcasts and was definitely talking about them having a 10-year plan. So they certainly had a...
Yeah.
Was it a 5-year plan? I thought there was a 10-year plan as well.
No.
It was mentioned.
Well, CG also moved their entire system over to a different platform during COVID. So they put out GLs and then didn't do shit for like 7 months. And then announced new GLs. So all I'm kind of pointing out is they released GLs like 5 years ago, I want to say? 5-ish years ago?
No, it's got to be longer than that, surely.
Maybe 5.5? I want to say they came out in 2020. Like January of 2020.
Oh, I think GLs were before COVID.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like January of 2020. Right? I want to say it was...
Let me take on a question here from YouTube here from Thomas Matson. On my free-to-play, I haven't started my bounty hunter team yet. Should I farm Forlom and Zuckuss?
No.
Well, it bothers me when you say loam, because it's Forlom. But, no.
Loam.
No.
I mean, unless you're spending the $100 to buy them, I wouldn't advise.
These two bounty hunters don't work with the rest of the bounty hunter faction for the most part. So I'd wait for their ship, the Mist Hunter, or I'd wait for the rest of their team. Which probably isn't coming next era, considering next era is overwhelmingly likely to be Acolyte. Because of the Stranger.
Yeah. Yeah, my gut is no. My gut is I don't want to be like a naysayer, but my feeling is this doesn't feel like a mission critical team. Yeah. Not
what I would do is the moment they become farmable, throw them into your favorites, like you would with most characters, and start farming their shards.
Agreed.
But just I expect this to be something like what New Bad Batch was. At first, people will question, things will look dubious, and somebody's going to find a way to crush with that team. So keep your eyes.
Probably, but if the guy is free to play, I don't know where their free to play falls in the realm of things, but if you need the classic bounty hunter team that you need to unlock Chewie for one of the events, I can't remember which. You don't really need.
And you can do it with
all on the Zuckuss for that. Plus, they're not going to be accelerated. Yeah.
So you don't need like high relics.
Yeah.
So if you want to be available, do farm for like a few months in the first place.
Yeah, Thomas. You know that the new Forlom and Zuckuss can take out Gungans and other teams. I mean, gosh, there are quite a few options for teams of that tier, right?
Not to be disrespectful, but Gungans aren't exactly the biggest problem for most people. I can
just Phoenix the Gungans if I saw.
There are a number of solutions to teams of the order of Gungans, and so my gut would be, especially on something like a free-to-play alt, I would think there are considerably higher value avenues for you to apply resources to those guys.
Yeah. Vin asks a question apropos Night Sisters. what the hell is the benefit to having a Relic 9 Marin? Is it solely for survivability? Yes!
Excellent question.
Thank you for asking. Yes.
That is the reason. And yeah, Fatal...
It's one of the better R9s.
The Fatal pioneered this, and this is one of the R9s that I feel he would stand for most. The protection is great because you're otherwise really trying to stack her with as much protection as you can inside full tenacity modding, tenacity cross, 3 protection primaries like that. Try to minimize your health. No particular emphasis on speed is needed. I really would not care if this was even closer to 0. That really doesn't matter. This high tenacity matters a lot. Just under 270 is a really strong place to be. I have a very high probability of resisting thermal detonators in the first place, and then for the increasingly common meta modding of Bausch, where she's in an offense set instead of speed or anything else, I do sometimes see crit damage, which is great if you've got the offense secondaries to go with. But yeah, like high offense Bausch's are going to be north of 15,000 special offense. And that's where the Relic 9 really shines, because there will be times where the Java AI chooses to just pound on Marin. Just all eyes on her, everybody full send. And that bulk is critical. I resisted applying that one for a while because I had higher priorities. Then I wanted to start running this Night Sister counter to Java more often. The first time that I lost for want of being able to survive a basic, something like that. Top of the list, she went for me for Relic 9. Yeah, it's a good
also
one.
Worth mentioning that the sides should be modded for offense so they kill themselves faster with thermals.
Yeah.
You also don't want really any tenacity on Talzin or Asajj. You want them to die. So just to keep in mind, like when you're looking into modding that team, there's a bunch of little things to kind of pay attention to as well. You don't want to mod the whole team for tenacity. Marin was one of the first 40 I did on my old account, R9s. She was a pretty high priority because of what she enabled, and back then I think she was a higher priority than she would be today. Just because we have more options and more teams and yada yada yada. But yes, I think that if you are planning to take on Jabba with your Marin Night Sisters, I think your Marin should at least relic match their Boosh, if not beat it.
I would like to chime in here and say that mine is Relic 8 and my other Night Sisters are Relic 5, and I very rarely have trouble against a Jabba.
Yeah,
I wish that luck upon you forever.
Yeah, well, I'm saying like Tass, I've had my Marin die exactly once to her not being like big enough, and R9 the fuck out of her like the 4 days later. So I had no brains. So I had a similar experience as Tass, where the one time I ever lost because of Marin herself.
For want of size, for want of clicking a button before the battle started, made me grind my teeth.
Yeah. And Thomas Matson, just to kind of finish off the bounty hunter thing, Boss Grief Mando, that trio was going to take you like through all the events. Take them to Gear 12, take them to like Relic 3, whatever you need to do. Those 3 bounty hunters are going to hard carry you through the PvE events that are currently in this game. Bosk also has the Houndstooth. Grief and Mando are just like solid support characters to go along with. So I would still recommend those 3. I think the new bounty hunter team will not include any of them.
Okay. Yeah, Reds fan said, I used Mon Mothma, Kyle Katarn, and Cara Dune to beat non-tank Gungans in 3 vs 3. Yeah, I believe that.
Yep. I'm with you, Avorius. Give us 7 mods. Not right this moment. Let's let Relic Delta settle. Let's let Relic 10 settle. But shortly after Relic 10, I want me some 7 mods.
think 7 dot is just going to be you have another 5 rolls on the mod you've got.
I hope that it actually explodes flat stack. I would love to see flat defense. All the flat defense haters, I want to just be out of luck because flat defense is actually pretty good. People just don't like it.
Yeah, no. Don't listen to Dagger, everybody kind of play.
Here's the thing. I'm going to give you a quick rundown. On attackers specifically, especially ones that have a low resistance and a reasonable armor, flat defense is going to disproportionately help their resistance, whereas defense percent is going to add virtually nothing to their resistance. Go to your JTR and put on a 15% defense secondary mod, and then go put on like a 50 flat defense mod, and you see what happens to her resistance, which is, special damage reduction. Anyways, I'm just saying there is a place for it. It's just not a priority for most people, and I want flat stats to be good. Maybe not great, but good again, because flat health is so garbage.
I mean, yeah, I want my flat speed to be even better.
Yep.
I would like a plus 37 speed mod instead of just a plus 28.
I just want them to balance out the stats, because right now percent stats are so much better than that.
I don't see how. I don't like the game's scaling with relics. I don't see how you do that. Havorius in the chat says, Dagger, did you enjoy that the Blue Jays essentially won yesterday's game on the third pitch, notwithstanding the rest of the game still matters out?
Yeah, I mean, I always enjoy watching teams like the Dodgers or when growing up the Yankees get absolutely shit on early and then ride that lead all the way to the end. Slam the door on them. I'm not even really a Blue Jays fan. I am just I have two minds about this. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna run this down. But I don't want the Dodgers or teams that just pay all the best players to play for them to win. However, I almost want them to win a bunch of World Series in a row. So the Major League Baseball puts a hard cap in. So I'm torn between watching them never win and wanting a systemic fix to the problem. Anyways.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, good. I'm glad we got you an answer for that, man.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that team in threes because it's a good budget, just for rotational purposes. It's not my primary counter most of the time. In fives, I don't think we're going to see a lot of job on defense because of Night Sisters. It's the whole letting your opponent use a team they weren't otherwise going to use. Unless it comes down to you need 65s and 66s to win, and then Night Sisters are bad, so you might see job at that point. We'll see exactly how efficiency-oriented this upcoming season is. Which we'll talk about later tonight.
Yes.
Also, whose idea was it to do them this late at night? That person needs to be tarred and feathered.
The hate flows through me.
Yeah, I know, because it was me.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course I know it. He's me.
Yeah. I'm just looking at that time and it's daunting. I'm just like, oh my God.
It is daunting.
Until 1 a.m.
Oh, and does baby have to sit in the widow chair and not have to upload the video after the show is over and make sure it gets up online in time?
I think I've been very clear that this is about me, not about you. Yeah, no more Bobby Bonilla days. You are correct. I am looking forward to a world where we have no more Bobby Bonilla days. For those of you who don't know, Bobby Bonilla was a player, I believe, for the Mets, who, when he was cut, instead of paying him immediately, they decided to spread that out over the course of 35 years.
Why is that what kind of decision did that prove to be? Smart or dumb?
I mean, smart for them because it counted $1 million towards their salary cap for 30 years instead of, the $30 million it would have cost, the next year.
Okay.
Right? So, now there's a joke about, I think it's July 1st is Bobby Bonilla Day because he's 60-something, almost 70, and still getting a paycheck every year from the Mets.
It's not really the worst thing to happen for him as well. They did get with interest and stuff. Or just
No, there's no
straight
interest.
million?
It's just a payment plan. They financed They financed the rest of his contract for 30 years.
I mean, I guess it's not really bad considering he's in 70 getting paid $1 million a month, whatever.
Yeah, consider it your retirement policy.
Yeah, it's a really nice retirement.
But it's a meme in the baseball world about they closed that loophole shortly after they did that with Bobby Bonilla because it turns out that's bullshit. Basically evading salary cap penalties by doing this.
I see. Yeah.
That's why I say yeah. Let's see. Are there any other questions?
No, I think we're caught up with the chat right now.
Has anybody found anything to do with Forlom? I haven't really found anything.
Yes, he exists.
To be perfectly honest, not even really trying.
Fair enough.
It's TV week. You don't play TV week, man.
This is what you come here to. This is why you come to Tass's stream, to hear the cutting edge of what new characters can be used for. Literally nothing.
But did you not see the word "chill" at the end of the stream title?
I am chill. I'm extremely chill.
I feel like you're a little less chill than you could be.
Leaning back in my chair, eating some string cheese, cup of coffee. I am actually chill. Well, my apologies for apparently not being chill enough for this stream.
Not being what now? Oh, chill enough. Yeah. That's I don't think anybody's gonna be disappointed. That from you.
You can compensate us if you want via Vault or
Yeah, there you go. Give Shake a vault, so he'll shut up about it.
No. What was your Ezra question, Shake?
Nothing. I redeemed a.
Oh yeah, for
character
Exile
review.
Ezra. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Telling him not to fucking play TB.
What's your account?
And he went, no, we're gonna do TB.
What's your account name?
So.
Link
There you
to
go,
it.
it's in the chat. Let's grab it. I don't know which one I like. This one of them.
All right, here we go. Exile Ezra, right there. Okay, so 384 is screaming fast. 116 is really very high. I want to say probably the highest you can go at this kind of speeds, like 120. So very strong, secondaries wise. Yeah, armor or offense. I think it'd be hard to get a little more of both, but it'd be nice to have more of either. Otherwise, this is just insane. Like, this speed is obviously very much intended to forbid all but the most extremely modded Great Mothers teams. So I like it a lot. Great.
Yeah. The hope was I could reroll that tenacity on my dross to be a defense soon.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, this is
Same
really
for the
nice.
tenacity of the circle.
Yeah, these are amazing. Love the arrow too. And he's still got another slice yet.
Yeah, that is probably never getting sliced. I don't know what I'm gonna slice that for.
Oh, real? Yeah, because I mean, that's probably worth it to me. I would do that. That's a great one.
Yeah, it's probably more health than I guessing.
Yeah, that would.
Let's do that right now. Might as well. I think I have the rats.
Sounds good. Let us know if you get it.
Starts to their level. But sure. That's alright.
Let me, yeah, Banjo, follow up with me here. I see your.
I did not, in fact, get it.
You didn't get it?
Meet
What's the
expectation.
calibration cost at for this mod?
Oh, it's at 25. I have 279 saved up.
Do
So-
eat.
Yeah. This shit will be getting rerolled to match what I want. Well, I didn't get it. I got offense. Cool. Let's try again. I
Press
got
purple.
offense again.
Ow.
Depress Wampa question: have you taken the Prettier Bros to R9? Do you think they are worth taking to R9 for the event after the Jedi Bros? Yes. I feel incredibly happy with that investment, being able to once a month get anywhere between 5 and 10 droid brains and or 5 and 10 Gerda keypads. I also find a lot of uses for that team in 3s and some uses for that team in 5s.
Yes, the Peridia to Relic 9 is a great value, especially because their event. Love any opportunity to pick up those endgame resources. Droid brains, Gerdas, all the stuff that comes before it is great. But for me in particular, access to more of those top-end resources, mwah, love it. Let's see, I had another question here from Irakoro. Is it still meta to mod Sith Eternal with 3 health sets? Funny, we just talked about this the other day. The answer is yes, it's still pretty commonplace. What is really nice, particularly if you're Relic 9, because at this point, you're getting the best possible value out of what should be 4 health primary, ideally, right? So you're getting the most throughput from whatever health you've got in your mods, plus the flat bonuses given through each one of the ascending relic levels. You'll start to get more value out of defense sets, which is largely the case for high life total characters, right? Adding more life total on top of really high life total is less value than just tacking on any amount of defense. And so that is the case here. I've put him in a 2-piece of health now. I've seen players that have him in full defense. I want to say closer off towards 75, 76, 77% armor, but they're under 200,000 health. And I'm not ready to give that benchmark up yet. I'm still trying to be about 200,000 health and 500 speed. You see him 499, close enough for me. Even so, 67% armor. I've got, some defense here, really high on this triangle, almost maxed here. Cross, maxed on the circle, even though it's a health mod. So you saw my strategy. Like, I got a good basis of health and then tried to find defense through secondaries where it didn't make sense to do it off of a 2-piece. Another 2-piece of defense. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Other players are running full defense and probably getting what they want out of it. This is just what I feel comfortable with.
Yeah, I think that there is a fair argument to putting some amount of defense on C. The thing that I run into personally is that I don't use C for meaningful tasks, so I have not revisited his mind because of that specifically. But if I was to, use him to beat like in 5v5, if I use C, it's to like beat up some pretty mediocre team, or it's with Bane to beat like something like Ahsoka.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not generally using my C for meaningful tasks. Although, if I modded him better, I might actually think about using him for meaningful tasks. So it's like catch-22, I guess.
Sure.
Troopa Kadov asks, Tassenix, got your costume yet? I can feel this one for him. He decided to go as a good Swugga player for Halloween, so he's currently fitting himself for a Sasha Aisha mech.
Damn. That's not even all that bad. Nicely done. Fuck you.
Yeah.
But nice.
You said chill, so it was a nice little.
Yeah. It can be both. Fuck you and nice. All right.
If this was on voice chat, I think you know where this was gonna go. But,
yeah. Shake says I also got that Ezra mod to land health. He's now at 118k. That's what I'm talking about. So you have a couple of those mod shakes still with a lot of flat protection and stuff on them. Long term, it's not going to be too difficult to find a mod to replace, one or both of those. And yeah, you'll be at that 120 mark. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah. Also, burn like 200 units worth of, mod refreshes, so that's cool.
I had
to do 100.
The price for perfection can be high.
Yeah, I had to burn 100 to make it work, but
oh my god!
I have a question. I have a question for you, Tass. How much speed would you sacrifice on Ezra for bulk stats? I'm at 381.
My answer is, I would prefer to be faster than where I am, and I do not wish to be under 380. That's where I am. I'm at 380 on the nose.
And I'm at 117k health, so it's not like I
Yeah, that's fine. I want to say I think Shake's got the highest health between the three of us. Let's see.
I also don't have much defense on him. My armor's 58.
Yeah, I'm at 116 and 380. And I also haven't looked at these mods in some time, but yeah, like I could go for really high cost calibrates to try and pick up a bit more health, but not, at this time, not really super high value for me.
Yeah.
Also, not really worth it. I specifically did it because I could afford it, and it made sure that I, wasn't getting GM that easily.
Fair enough.
Vin has a question.
Yeah, Vin.
What team combo are you using for the Night Sisters versus Jabba? It's Mother Talzin lead, Asajj, Marin, and if you're scared, you have two choices. You can go to church or take in Daka.
I mean, you can also do it like some others do and take in another two like attackers, but I don't think the fight's made easier for you by taking in more characters, to be honest.
Yeah, Daka's a safety valve in case your Marin dies. Outside of that, that's really the only thing she's there for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't bother with the Daka. You would bring the Daka if you, let's say, you were less confident in your Marin's ability to survive a targeted onslaught. Okay, then. Okay, fine. Maybe you have a case. But then that's something for you to keep in mind, that you're paying all that many more banners as part of your plan for attack for want of relics on Marin. And if that's acceptable to you, neato.
And the reason why the Marin team kind of works is because, 64 banners? 63 mana? I think it's 64 banners. Which is actually not unreasonable if 65 is the max. It's our soft max, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I definitely remember back in the day I would take, before there are times where if I... Was it? I think somebody put like this was pre-Wampa Kron. What Kron was that? Somebody put like a massive offense Kron on their Jabba team, so I brought like Daka because I checked their Kron. I'm just like, oh, that's just casually like 180% crit damage.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just grab Daka real quick so Marin doesn't get punked out. And sure enough, Marin got punked out, got revived by Daka, train started, everything ended pretty good.
Good stuff. Yeah.
But yeah, like I wouldn't prioritize taking Daka. That's what I said. If you're scared, insert Ice Cube.
Attend mass.
Yeah, insert Ice Cube meme, or Ice Cube reference, or take Daka. I don't think you need Daka, but man, if somebody puts a Wampakron on the Jabba, I'm taking Daka.
I might just take Wampa instead, just to be like, fuck you.
Wampa doesn't work.
It don't work?
So 3 or 4 wins. Yeah. Go ahead and go look up the stats on that, my friend.
Yes, Vin. So a 3 or 4 witches team only. Yeah, that's all that's necessary. Seriously, Fatal's pulled it off.
Also, take a high plastic round.
Now, I think if you go back through my seasonal history, I may have been the guy that was taking extra characters, but to how much they were necessary, they weren't necessary. And more importantly, for whatever I was doing in those matches, they weren't costing me banners that I was worried about. So.
Yeah. The main goal is you need Marin plus 2 Night Sisters for train. For turn meter train.
I mean, it needs to be Mother Talzin. Yeah.
Well, yes. What I'm saying is, generally speaking, you need three people, and the 4th and 5th are optionals.
I see that.
Also, with the current Night Sister Krons, that fight is even more, I don't want to say easy, but even more consistent.
Next question up here from Wolfman is, when pulling mods from characters to meet a modding goal, do you pull the mod from anyone, Galactic Legend included, or are some mods permanently locked on certain characters? I love this question because, as Dagger knows, I have very, very few always nevers with this game. Most everything's meant to be adjusted at some point in time. Maybe it's only done once a year when there's been enough other changes around the game that you need to reconsider some of the top characters. Like, when's the last time you look at your Ben solo modding? I'm not saying now is the time. I'm saying that time will come, right? So that's very low priority stuff. But for any priority remod, one thing I will not do is take something from a Galactic Legend for a non-Galactic Legend character. Unless that character is something like Exile Ezra, and it's adding something pivotal for a Galactic Legend team, even though the character itself is not a Galactic Legend. So, having your Ezra fast enough to ward off, to discourage Night Sisters, Great Mothers being run into them, that is worth taking a mod off of a Galactic Legend, Ahsoka, or somebody else to prevent a cheaper counter to a Galactic Legend team. Aside from that exception, yeah, I will not take a mod from a Galactic Legend for a lesser character.
Yeah, and just to kind of piggyback off that, I love this question because there's so much to talk about and unpack just in this question that doesn't feel like there is. A lot of it has to do with, like, what is the character's purpose? So, I personally don't think I've touched my GLs in close to 6 months. Now, that's not saying that I shouldn't remod them or that I shouldn't pull mods off of them, but very rarely do I find a character whose calling is equivalent to a GL. Like Tass said, Ezra's a really good example. Another current really good example is Bane. Right? If I was remodding my Bane, I would consider taking and a lot of times it comes down to a greater remod. So, for example, oh man, this is such a rabbit hole. I apologize. If I was to remod my Bane with my very best health sets, and I had to pull a couple mods off C, it would give me a reason to remod my C with like a defense. You see what I'm saying? Like, if I'm doing a tear up,
I can see that as an exception.
Yeah, if I'm deciding to do a tear up of a couple of characters, Malicos is another great example. Maul is another great example of characters where you want so many stats on them just to do certain things. I generally have a more set it and forget it modding style where I will remod when necessary. That being said, when I get a new character, I definitely try to evaluate where they go, and I'm almost back to a mod audit, probably on holiday, like December. I'll do a once over of my roster and see if I have my mods prioritized right, because man, there are so many characters these days. Remodding your roster used to be so much easier, like a couple of years ago. When you had characters, so yeah, the more characters we get, like, I'm more liable to pull mods off of characters like Afra, BT1, and then, I would say things like that. What I would say is, and this is what I do, and I'm not saying everyone else should, but it's an idea. I have a squad, in one of my squads tabs, I have all of my teams, like, top 40 teams. And they all have the important characters in the loadout, so I can check their mods just by clicking the show mods button. So like SOK has like Dre and Hux, and Ray has Ben Solo. That's the only one in the squad loadout. Things like that, right? You can build a loadout of all the important tunes and their team members who are the most important to kind of give them a once over every once in a while, just to make sure that you have them dialed in. So that way, when you are building new characters, you have an idea of where you can pull from. Because very frequently when I'm building a new character's mods, like I did like when I Maz, when I unlocked Maz, I kind of just put mods on her that weren't equipped, and then I just kind of tried to upgrade what I wanted based on taking cut mods off of characters that were who I felt were lower priority. What we need to do for yourself is figure out where that priority is, because I still think that, like, Lord Vader's mods are becoming less of a priority because I'm going to start using them on offense a lot more. That doesn't mean I'm going to pull mods off of my Lord Vader specifically, but it does mean I could try to, like, reduce the mod quality on some of the clones if I wanted to pull a mod off of them here or there. But I could go on and on about this, so I'll just kind of leave it there.
Yeah, that's a high-end accounts problem, because people that don't have such robust mods face the opposite issue. Like, you have enough mods such that you are sufficient on attack and leave nothing on the table. So that means that you can skew the balance of your best mods to defense, which you would prefer to do, to have a somewhat better performance. Whereas folks that do not have such a deep inventory of mods would need to ensure that their offensive counters work as a priority. Lady Geek in the chat says, I was planning to take Peridia Bros to Relic 9 as soon as I hit max personal raid crate, but as soon as I heard about Relic Delta, I deprioritized them, and I'm doing Galactic Legend Hondo first. The economy is changing. We don't know how it's changing. We don't know if their event is going to be as important going forward as it was a year ago.
What I will say is that they will pay for their. If you take them to R9, they will pay for themselves in 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, I would say among, like, maybe
whether or not the economy changes, it doesn't move the needle for me. It's they will pay for themselves in 3 to 6 months. Sorry, Taz.
No, I agree with that. I was going to say, I wouldn't let Relic Delta stop you from picking up Relic 9s that are associated to resource events. Having those 2 characters at Relic 9 is great for the respective team, just for Grand Arena. The fact that you have this event that pops up and just hands you more resources for owning these 2 high-end characters spec'd out very highly, which you have, you want that for Grand Arena, truly. I think that I wouldn't let Relic Delta dissuade you from things tied to resource events. I mean, you can also say, well, why do you say that about Peridia Bros and not about Hondo? Well, there's a good bit more involved in going after Hondo right now as opposed to the Peridia Bros. That's basically it. Like, the cost benefit is way in favor of Peridia Bros than, pursuing something else. But that being said, I by no means intend to discourage you from going after Galactic Legend Hondo, because that's a fine choice. That is a very fine choice. Yeah. You're assigning these Relic 9s for Hondo ahead of Peridia. I think that's reasonable. You've seen the rewards on offer for the Smuggler's Run 3. I'm assuming you're otherwise good on Smuggler's Run 2, so yeah, if that's more worth it to you to prioritize, I could see that.
My only caution is, and this is what I tell players who are earlier to mid-game, don't deviate from your current priorities until all information is known. Because if you make a habit of deviating your farms, it's going to lead you down a path where you may never come back. So if you if you were going to do the Pretty Brothers, I would still do them, because we don't know, like you said, the future is unknown. So why would you change any of your plans based on something that you don't know for sure? That's kind of how I look at it. And that's the advice I give, because on my old account, I definitely put things off, moved to other farms, and I just never got back to doing what I was planning to do. Mm-hmm. Because this game doesn't take a break.
True.
The game's not going to give you downtime to work on that. So, just do that. That's why I said I personally tell everyone to prioritize every resource event you can, especially and start from the cheapest. You can go to the most expensive. 3 R9s is the cheapest.
Hey, Shake, have a good night, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us.
Have a good day. Good luck this
Have a good night, buddy.
Take care, man.
But the Pretty Bros are 3 R9s. Hondo's 3 R9s plus a bunch of other crap. So one of them is objectively cheaper.
It's true. It is true.
And it will pay for itself in 3 to 6 months, which means that after that 3 to 6 month period, you are plus resources. Now, I'm not saying that Hondo's not going to be plus resources, but doing the Peridia Bros first will objectively get you more droid brains than doing the Hondo thing first.
And they're disproportionately high value Relic 9s for attackers, guys. Like the 100% added health to Night Trooper in Grand Arena, and then you've got the 35% health and protection bulk unique for Night Sister allies out from DTP. We're talking serious freaking bulk on these 2. So I'm saying, in addition to whatever attack gains there are, and it was already a good idea to consider putting Relic 9. Like, if you're at the part of the game where you're considering putting Relic 9 on attackers at all, these were already great considerations before this resource event. So after it, yes, it's a for sure get these. It's just a matter of when. Yeah.
Just to finish up what I was saying, if your worry is actually the Relic Delta, then the Pretty Brothers should actually be your priority, because they are going to give you more relics faster than getting Hondo will.
That's fair. I can see that. That's a good point.
So that's all I would say, is that if your worry is actually the Relic Delta, there is,
Ultimate Bro Dude says, so does that mean you lock your Galactic Legends in your Hot Utils loadout? Well, I would say that that's probably a yes for guys that do that, like TJ and Fatal. I'm not in the. I don't do that for my own Grand Arena modding. Everything that you see on my account, most of the time when you look up my account on GG, the mods that you should be seeing are the ones that I use in Grand Arena. I do my best to stay in my Grand Arena mods. People like to check how they're modded. I will say that I don't lock any of my mods. It actually makes me uncomfortable when I'm looking at people's rosters and I see all these mods that have the lock symbol on them and Datacrons with locks on them and all that. I'm just not comfortable with that. I like being able to move anything around any which way. So, oh, Tass, you've never deleted anything? Legitimately, no. I've never legitimately I have never deleted something that I didn't intend to delete. Like, I might have quickly sold off a mod that when I'm slicing mods that I could have looked at a second time and maybe kept and maybe done something with, but that's about as bad as it's ever gotten. Never once have I applied a relic that I didn't mean to apply, sell off something important, never once. So I do all this manually.
So, and this is just my take on this, and everyone's allowed their own opinion. But I think that when you are running unless you are in a top NTW guild and you have an incredibly important war with a new Datacron set and you just need to have the modding done, you can run a template. Now, what I think is better, and the only real reason that I would run a template myself outside of that is when I took over this account, I needed to remod it from the top down. Because the person who had it before me ran the template, which is, again, there's nothing wrong with that. So what I ended up doing is I did end up remodding the GLs, locking the GLs, and then running a template on the rest of the roster. And then I remodded another 12 to 15 characters who are high priority mod characters, and then I locked all of those characters and reran the template. And I did that until I had 40% of the characters that I wanted modded. And then I ran a template to get all the mods put on. And that's about the only time that I would use a template. I prefer to move mods manually because once I learn the mods on my account, I want to know where those mods are. So I can go work on them when I want to work on them. I don't want to have to go to my filter to search up the mod that I wanted to work on because I just ran a template to change my mods for a raid. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, yes.
So I also don't really lock mods. I do lock Datacrons because if I have 3 level 9s for a certain character, I'll lock the one that's actually for the character because they don't give us a good enough UI to differentiate between them. Right?
Hera's asking, is the template you're talking about a guild issue one or something public in Hot Utils?
The one I'm talking about is a guild template. When I'm talking about when I took over this account and I started running a template, it was one I made myself. I based it off of TJ's who shared his with me, and I toggled numbers up and down based on how I wanted. However, after I got the initial wave of remods done, I have not run a template outside of VDO. So for the Chromium War, I'll run the template, save my current loadout, run the template, join TW, and switch back. Yeah, it's going to cost a bunch of credits, but we're credit positive. Again, thank you to these resource events like the Pretty Patrol and the Queen Amidala trio people, Master Qui-Gon and such. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. So to Tess's point, I don't really lock mods. The previous owner locked all the mods he was done slicing. So,
ooh, hiss.
I had to unlock. There's still some locked mods that I haven't gotten around to. But I am with Tess. I have yet. The only thing I have done accidentally is equip an Omicron from clicking too fast, or slicing a mod further than I wanted to slice it from clicking too fast. Never once have I accidentally sold a mod that I wanted to keep. Never once have I accidentally dismantled a Datacron I wanted to keep. Yeah, or I should say, not yet. I haven't done that yet. I'm sure there might be a time where I actually do that when I'm not paying attention. But I'm not trying to say I have this discipline that other people don't have. It's just when I'm working on my mods, they have my attention. So I generally don't do dumb things with them. I don't know a good way to phrase that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I generally don't have issues with my mods or Datacrons. That being said, to reiterate, I do lock Datacrons because I have like 4 Brutus Crons and like 3 Hondo Crons. So the Hondo Cron I'm actually using with pirates, I have locked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Guernsey. Oh dang, Pirate King makes this mission possible. Yes, I've done this with Pirate King, Lord Vader, and I want to say Balin Shin Marok with the Marok Omicron. I have to insist that that's required. And then I want to say the last 2 is like Andorus and Dengar. You really don't care. They usually even die off early. It's just about Balin Shin Marok making it the wave 2. And they kind of get the job done. But yes, Pirate King can basically do it on auto. I'm just kind of playing it on manual. But yes, Pirate King is brutal here. Let's see here. Yeah, Lady Geek a few lines up said, I do have 3 tanks at Relic 9. Malik, Scorch, and Temple Guard. Certainly, Malik and Scorch are, to this day, very high value. Temple Guard, Relic 9, I mean, for its own team, yes. How high a Relic 9 it is compared to other top tanks, I'd have to see. But I don't think any of those are terrible choices. I like Temple Guard at Relic 9 a lot.
Yeah. And then there's me who cries and did 6 pilots in his 6 of his first 10 R9s because his guild said so.
I'm sorry, you were asking me something?
No, I said then you have people like myself who are 9'd like 6 pilots. So I was like, cries and 6 R9 pilots in your top 10 R9s because your guild told you.
I love that the Droid Brain packs came back to the store.
I hate their price point and think CG should go fuck themselves.
Okay, I can take. I mean, all right.
No, that's it. Like
what?
R10's on the horizon, and they still have the audacity to charge that much for an R9.
Chronic 11 asks, what's the Relic 9 order in the Pirate King Hondo team? Good question. I would say probably Vayne first. Vayne is a hot contender for single best tank in the game. Making him a tankerer version of the tankerest tank in the game, I'm into it. So
Actually, it's OG Hondo because you need R9 OG Hondo to unlock Hondo.
Oh, see, if you don't actually have all of the requirements committed to memory tasks, how will you be able to knowledgeably answer the questions?
Sorry,
thank you.
I'm just giving you a hard time. I agree. I agree.
I hear that. Vayne is top priority, probably then Pirate King himself after that, and then
probably Quiggled.
Quiggled. So Quiggled, I can see, especially during the life of this long text level 6 where you're having this ramping offense, Quiggled is a monster and has a serious place being concentrated with Pirate King. But I think outside of this, he's kind of tied to Maz. Like, he really wants to be tied to Maz because he's got a couple callouts in his kit to being with a non-galactic legend pirate leader. So it's not that he'll be wasted during the lifetime of this current Pirate Datacron set. He's probably seriously lethal with Pirate King in Grand Arena. But after that, I'm seeing him full timing it with Maz.
Yeah, I'm just saying I wouldn't prioritize Silvo or Brutus over Quiggled, is all I'm saying. Like, I think if you're taking pirates, like you take R9, take OG Hondo to R9 to unlock OG Hondo, and then it's Vayne, Pirate King Hondo, and I think Quiggled is more important than Silvo and Brutus at R9. Because he sometimes gets use on that team.
Okay.
That's why I say that. It's not because I don't think other characters shouldn't be. It's just I think in 3v3, I think that there are some times in 3v3 you might use him there. I think in 5v5 you might, because I don't think Maz really needs a tank to beat some of the stuff he's currently doing. Because I was watching some people use Maz Kanata to beat like Treya and Malgus, like tankless.
Yeah, but that's also people that are either A, using the Kixcron, which is artificially propping that up for such a situation, or B, using a Pirate Cron, which is, again, artificially propping it up for that kind of situation. Like, I worry about the viability of running tankless with Maz. because it's clearly not the design intent of the team to run tankless. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying I have concerns.
Yeah, my whole point here was mostly just to say that I don't think Silvo and Brutus right now are working hard.
Yeah. Yeah, Ultimate Bro Dude says, nice. Thanks for the input, Tass and Dagger. I was curious if locking helped, since I don't do it either. It's a preference thing. It's a management thing. If it gives you peace to see that it, like the visual indicator that, okay, I have locked this mod. I know I don't mess with it. I know that I'm not going to cause any problems for myself because I cannot change it. And I'm the type of person where if I don't have that surety, I'm going to like doing this whole thing less. If you're that type of person, then okay. Otherwise, I don't see the upside.
I do have 2 mods permanently locked, and I've left them that way. There are 2 mods on my roster that have no ability to be attenuated. And I have them locked. Just because it's like, man, the resources that went into this mod, you're never getting sold.
Yeah.
And it's not because I wanted to lock them, it's mostly just you're just not getting sold. I put too much in.
Yeah. Yeah, Guernsey says, I did Pirate King, Hondo, and Vayne. Great choices. Then SM33 for 3-man raid and 3-man era battle teams. Yes.
Yes.
I can see that. SM33 Relic 9 is pretty monstrous. He is a robust attacker in terms of life total. So again, a nice beneficiary of Relic 9, of the flat stats.
I will say, the immense hatred I have for that line of text that says he can't gain profit still exists.
Mm.
But he is so good. And if they gave him profit, he would be like, we would be heralding the end of the world as, he's Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior type shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he could get profit with all that extra crit damage, he would. He's already Slappy McSlapper.
Mm-hmm.
But I think long term, he's not going to end up with either of these pirate teams. I think he'll eventually have his own team. I think Silva will also have his own team at some point. Maybe on the same team as Smee, I don't know. But Smee just feels less piratey than the rest of the pirates, kit-wise. He feels much more self-contained. To where I think like Dark Trooper, right? I think he's going to eventually end up with his own team, kind of like Dark Trooper had his own team.
Okay.
Like one day, Sortie will get an update, or we'll get a new version of Sortie, and he'll be the droid that gets called to assist.
Mm-hmm.
Something along those lines. But yeah, the line about not getting profit does make me think that CG has a long-term home for him that is not pirates.
Mm-hmm.
And that excites me. And his relic is the little mouse, which is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions?
Okay, no stars, all missions done though. We're done with the dark side. Yeah. What do we got here? And good stuff.
Yeah, also Heratran, there, just to kind of expand on the answer I get, there were times when I used to remod for raids. But yeah, it's been a few raids since that's felt necessary. Ever since they added the R9 tier, remodding for raids does not seem necessary. Because even if I hit auto in a raid and I get 3 million instead of 3.6, that's still better than the 2.7 I was going to get at R8. So ever since they added the R9 tiers, I just haven't really worried about remodding for raids like we did back on Crate, where you had to remod just to get your numbers. Crate is still my favorite raid that they've done. Well, of the new style. Sith Raid was my favorite. Let me do that.
Dagger, could you check the Cantina chat? I guess you'll have to do that. How many CM waves am I at? I don't know, Thomas. I just try to do my best in TV. It's grown on me ever since I entered the part of the game where I could afford to put some TV Omicrons on, because it just makes it less laborious. Then it doesn't feel like it's a huge pain in the ass to help out your guild as much as your roster allows, because it's not taking you all day.
I would say, based on your roster, I would probably go ahead and do Leviathan first. I think Leviathan is going to end up being more long-term. Not saying that Hondo isn't good, but you already have Executor and Profundity, and you will find yourself winning more GACs based off of Fleet than you will from getting Hondo.
Yeah, Guernsey also said, give me lightsaber scoundrel Jude Law, SM33 can go with him. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think we'll eventually get to... I think we will eventually get to a season 2 of... what was the AT-AT in the show?
Yeah.
Skeleton.
I don't think we will. Hey, Purdy87 just followed the channel. Thank you and welcome. Good to have you. Got any questions here? Feel free to ask. It's me. It's Dagger here with me on in Discord, co-host from my podcast.
Just a quick Google shows that the writers are have started writing it. I don't know if it hasn't been officially picked up yet.
Oh yeah,
but there is some amount of work going into it.
I'll be damned.
And if they don't give us a season 2, I think that we will eventually get more from that show, because they've now shown that they're willing to put children into the game, even though for years they said that they wouldn't put children into the game.
Sure.
So I think with that, I think that there's a reasonable chance at some point, since we're getting Acolyte content, that we will eventually get more Skeleton Crew content.
All right. You can live with it.
Well, I mean, yeah, they just need to sell Disney toys. But yeah, Lightsaber Scoundrel Dude Law seems fantastic. I would love to get him. Bo-Katan can get it. Oh, you're talking about something else.
Yeah. I am.
Fun fact, I was asked the other day, why is Bo-Katan in Battlestar Galactica? I'm like, that's Miss Kitty Sakharov for you.
Fair. Is Dagger going to be wearing hats to let us know what a smart hat looks like? Damn.
I do wear hats.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch my stream, you would see that I do wear hats.
Hmm. Yep. I think his most recent episode was called People Pushing 40 Wearing Flat Brims.
All right, first off, a flat brim is a type of hat, and I don't wear flat brims.
Pretty sure I saw you wearing. Could be wrong.
The term you're looking for is called fitted. I wear fitteds. A flat brim hat is kind of like what you're wearing, but with a flat brim.
I don't think that's cool. But fair enough. Oh yeah, let me kick the music back on. Yeah, thanks for letting me know that was a bit loud. Hopefully nobody's complained since. Didn't see it.
Putting a link in chat here, Tass, of a flat brim hat.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell me whether or not I'm wearing this. Which... Click there right there, and you tell me if I wear that.
Mm-hmm.
That is called a flat brim.
I mean, I'm sure in the search results for flat brim is the type of hat that I'm thinking. And the type of hat that you were wearing. Regardless. I believe in your ability to find that hat, yes. I never doubted that.
If I type in the word fitted hat, it pops up sports hats with the flat brim in the front. They are called fitteds. Just because you wear hats and don't know what hats are called does not mean
you've never tuned in to an episode of Tassenix Gaming's haberdashery stream. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't presume to be an authority.
And for what it's worth, I don't wear hats a ton. But I do wear. I'm in between haircuts. So I do wear a hat more often then.
Oh my!
And then I have a plethora of hats for different sports ball teams, of which I am a fan. Or in the case of like my everyday wear, if it's raining outside, I have two hats: a Florida Marlins hat and an Arizona Diamondbacks hat, which are my go-tos. Just.
Cut off. And that's how we lost Stagger. No questions, guys? Taking it easy on us out here. Fans of the Mod Guide series will be happy. Today was the video for Talon. Tomorrow is the video for Scion. And at very long last, done with the Treya faction. I'm open to you guys' recommendation on the next one. I know that there's a queue. I remember months ago people wanted to see New Bad Batch. They wanted me to start doing Galactic Legends. Yeah. I am on the cusp of a new set. Did I check out the new Bounty Hunter kits? Were there more kits released today? I mean, no, I've looked through Forlom, who I think is really cool. Yeah. Zuckuss looks interesting. I guess we're meant to do... what? What's her name? What the hell's her name? The Bounty Hunter. Damn it. Whatever. Cad Bane and her are meant to be with Forlom and Zuckuss. Aura Singh. There it is. Aura Singh, and then probably Zam, I expect. The question is, what does that beat? So, does it look interesting? Yes. How good is it? Thomas Matheson asks, how crucial is Quad May having health primaries with the loss of speed? Can you explain why health is so important? This is an excellent question. If you've seen my mod guide on Queen Amidala and Friends, at that time, at the time of that recording, I had her in health primaries with the speed arrow, and I explain why I feel like you get more overall survivability for herself from health. However, I think for the sake of the decoy, I feel like it's better to go protection. But what I do think the best overall answer is, if I had to blend health and protection primaries, which is generally not preferred, to also have pretty high speed, then I would do that. I think that's overall more important than the purity of the primaries. So that said, I mean, if I had a really screaming fast health arrow, then I guess I would take that over to speed arrow. I really do want a Queen Amidala. There. So as soon as I wrap this fight up, we'll go take a look at that.
My internet's super bored.
Okay, yeah, you were in the middle of a sentence and then it just died, so I assumed...
No, it's okay.
I assumed the worst.
No, I went. I did go to a baseball game with the girlfriend, and there was a dipshit next to us wearing a fitted hat too. But he had his hat on backwards while he used his hand to shield himself from the sun. I don't do that.
Yeah.
I use the hat for its primary function, which is to hide bad hair and/or block sun from your eye.
Sure.
That being said, tonight for plotting and scheming while we're on video, I will probably be wearing a hat because I need a haircut.
I don't think we're obliged to video tonight. I don't know who else signed up for that. Like, I'll be on video, but don't feel.
I thought we just.
If you want to be on camera, I will make it work for you.
No, I just thought the in betweens were just assumed. I thought
that is presumed. That is what we said is the default, and then every time since the exception has been the case, right?
But just to be clear, not because of me.
Sure, not because of you. If that's the meaningful distinction here.
No, it's not. I have 4 of the 6 mods done on her, and she has 3 times. What are we talking about?
We're talking about Queen Amidala, who I'm about to highlight. Basically, if you look up, he was asking, how crucial is Quad May having health primaries with the loss of speed? So I'm assuming he's asking about, first, the virtue of 4 health primaries over 3. And then second, he asked, can you explain why health is so important? So, the question of health versus protection on Queen Amidala, and it's an excellent question. And I intend to pull mine up as soon as I finish this fight, right about now.
Have you gone over why health is important? Or
I am about to do it, but go ahead. You can start kicking off on it. That's fine.
Yeah. So most of her kit doesn't care about health versus protection, except for her TW Omi and the matchups that she fights, i.e. Drogon, his first hit ignores protection, and Ben, who ignores protection. So those 2 things are what led me to, or those 3 things, well, the 2 things, the matchups I use her in on offense, and the her application in TW are the reasons why I went with health. Now, I do have her in a speed set, plus a health set, just because I wanted to keep her, north of, 350 kind of fast. But I could see a good health arrow if you have one. I'm short on good health arrows.
Yeah, so there's protection up and there's healing over time that I think disproportionately benefits her for her own survivability. I just double-checked Queen's protection here, so that does stack up to 10 times, and it is ramping both max health and max protection. Therefore, generally speaking, protection is the winner for maximizing life total. But yeah, here's mine right now. So, protection skew, 350 speed, crit avoidance arrow. This is what I actually prefer. Instead of speed, instead of health, instead of protection. I saw this, something that Fatal was using a while ago. I don't know if he's still doing it this way, but I really like the idea, in the same reason that I like crit avoidance arrows on the Sith Trio. You are often able to do great things with just those 3. So I'm talking 3 versus 5 type scenarios. Not that I do them often, but the fact that I'm capable for it, more capable with this, I feel I like this a little bit better. And it's just, it's stood the test of time. I really like it. I don't think the decoy gets crit avoidance scaling. Let me check my Discord real quick. I have resources. Do a handmaiden decoy. Critical avoidance. Not actually shown as a stat. So my guess would be no. If you don't tell me yes, the answer is no. So I guess that isn't handed over, and you could argue that it's a waste and that I'd be better suited with either protection or health for the sake of the decoy. But yeah, I've got quite a bit of protection stacked besides. I'm okay with this. Could this absolutely be even higher for protection? Yes. I think it'd be attainable if I wanted to have her about 80,000 health, 120,000 protection, 200,000 life total. Makes for a really solid handmaiden decoy. Let me pull this over on screen so you guys can see. This is a chart, I want to say. You can see Lysias the Fox shared this out some time ago, so shout out to Lysias for that. But this is showing the stat scaling for the various summoned units in the game. We can see Queen Amidala's decoy here is like this. So you can see that, like for armor, for example, the decoy says 49.54%. So that's the base value of the decoy. And then it says 0.5 in curly brackets after. That means that it has a 50% scaling with the defense value on Queen Amidala. So that's where I'm saying you can come and check this chart. I believe if it's not publicly available, I'll drop it in Cantina chat on my Discord. So you can see. Yeah, this is a handy dandy little reference for all your summonable.
I will say that the reason I would personally prioritize health is because of the summon. That being said, there was a time when crit avoidance was better because you could get the team up to like 80% crit avoidance with a decent cron, and the arrow would take you up to like 105%. Yeah, I don't have crit avoidance arrows on them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I did for that meta, but I don't anymore because I haven't felt the need for it. They feel bulky enough. I don't feel like I'm threatened much.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, 100%. 100% remember having CA arrows equipped.
Yeah, I dig this. I still have it on Padawan and Master Qui-Gon to this day.
That's awesome.
I moved
Padawan Obi-Wan over to an offense arrow and Master Qui-Gon over to a health arrow.
Fair.
But I definitely can see 100% can see what you're saying there. Is Sion a question? Is Sion worth taking to relics? I think he should be behind Marauder and Assassin. I think he's worth taking to relics, but like at a certain point.
Well, here's the idea. For your core 3 versus 3 team, Sion is generally not getting used with Traya. Unless you're wanting to be off the beaten path and use your Savage with something like Sith Eternal, with Lord Vader. Maybe with the upcoming Stranger, who is a Sith unit. But I want to say that's meant to be more like a Star Killer team thing, so maybe not. But regardless, if you're going to be using Savage as the mainstay tank for Traya, then Sion has very little purpose. You can make a case that there's always a role for a tank that can make itself revive after a certain point in the fight, and also has an AoE cleansing ability. Those are rare skills. So Sion has a useful kit, but where he really excels is in 5 vs 5 with Talon on the Traya team. Because Talon is having additional effects when enemies are having Isolate from Traya or Pain from Sion. And that doesn't matter so much for Sion himself. It matters a lot for Talon. Talon is bad news bears when she's able to feed off of pain on enemies. So I recommend that. Yeah, you're welcome for the flashbang, Hera. Yeah, changing screens is sometimes a little bright there. My bad. Yeah. I would say going with a survivability cross on your Queen Amidala is better. You say you have an offense on, I would definitely push for triangle, cross, and circle to all be either health or protection. It's better if it's purely one way or the other. It's acceptable if you have to mix those primaries, if that's what's going to get you the desired speed you're going for. That's what I would be loyal to. Those Talon effects need her Omicron, right, says Guernsey? Yes, you're absolutely right. And I do assume that. So, for example, just today, the Mod Guy video for Talon came out over on my YouTube, Tassenix Gaming YouTube, if you haven't been. Check it out. And yeah. The Omicron is assumed for Commander Reaper. All right. Back to DB. Good questions, though, guys. Keep them coming. I like that. Who are millions?
Yeah, we'll probably do the new kits. I don't know if Tass answered this. We'll probably do the new kits next week.
Yeah, I would have liked to have done it this week, but the time we're starting, not acceptable. Not on a school. Because we're already doing the late show starting 11. Crazy.
Yeah, Guernsey, I do think Scion is pretty replaceable these days. I do agree with Tass, but I also don't think Talon is like critical enough to justify relicking up Scion just to make her marginally better.
Yeah, I think that's fair too. The diminishing returns are there, and the question was asked in a pure sense. So that's fair to say. What Dagger's pointing out, because he is way lower priority for relics than quite a few other characters. So I don't know how much I would break myself. Oh yeah, I forgot to check my wave count. We're gonna have a tough time next round. I think this might be the first time I've ever gone into this second wave without having a generator. Best of luck to me.
I can honestly say I haven't dropped a wave in like 5 TBs.
Well, yeah, because you deploy. Fine use of technicality, and I appreciate where that sentiment comes. Out of a deep disdain for the mode, by the way.
Dude, I am personally responsible for my guild getting 3 more stars.
Look at you.
So I will not hear this slander. I joined this guild
Talk
and
to
they
me.
were immediately capable of achieving more because of me.
I see.
And I have been shunned
Dagger's
and
the
yelled
hero
at
of this
and
story.
cursed out because of that.
Dagger's the hero in his story. You can see that.
No, I'm the villain. I made people work harder because now we can fill platoons.
Wow, I think we still might end up being okay somehow, guys. We got lucky here. He said
Nice.
moments before the end. Yeah,
No, I kid. I love
unironically,
my guild. I'm happy to be able to help my guild. I'm also really happy that we don't take TB too seriously because it makes this Hell Week like really easy. Yeah, if all I have to do is Conquest, I don't have to do TB. Like, all shade to TB aside, those of you who had to do TB and Conquest, it's way rougher.
Man, stop fucking taking all the turns. You're not that much faster than me. Stop taking all these fucking turns.
Dude, we are so used to having Jar Jar Omis, where you intercede if they take too many turns.
There we go. We made it. Haha. Haha. All part of the plan. As far as the wave count, let's check. I don't know.
Also, you of all people should be able to appreciate that being technically correct is the best kind of.
Yeah. Completed. I'm a 3 out of 4 right now. Leaderboard, I guess this is the one you would be wanting. Total combat mission attempts. So there you go. 51 out of 61 so far. Not yet anywhere near done with this phase, but that's where we're at as of this moment. Phase info. Here. Phase 1. 14 out of 14. 2, 14. Phase 14. And 7 out of 21 so far in phase 4. There you go.
How many stars do you guys get in TV? Just out of curiosity.
I forget. 48 when I joined, so I imagine it's not less.
That's fair. Yeah, I was just curious.
That's fair.
Yeah, I remember when we were in. Well, I don't know if you were in Chromium when we hit 51. I want to say
Maybe.
that was just busting hump for like 4 days.
Yeah, CU still gets 48. There you go.
Okay, fair enough.
Irakoro says defense sets feel so much more important in TB with the enemies doing ridiculous amounts of damage. I mean, relics are, I think, made a lot more impact to me. But then again, I wasn't as deep on defense sets back then as I am now, so you might be right. You might be right.
Look, Heratran, I'm already responsible for my guild going up stars. I don't know how much more I can do for the game mode of TV. And if your answer is do CMs, the answer to that is LOL now. Yeah, exactly, Heratran. The joke is now that we jumped a few stars that we were TV focused. Yeah.
Part of your guild advertisement, no doubt.
Yeah. The no cheaters and the TV focus.
Good.
TV should be optional the other day. I did say TV should be optional, and I stand by that.
Would.
No, I'm saying, like, join. Join in TV should be optional. Yes, Irakoro. I do SMs and deploy every day. And I do all the ops that I am asked to do. Every single one.
Just not doing debuffs today. Resisted.
Here's the thing, Heratran. I need you to understand that the stars that we gained were from being able to do platoons. Not because any effort I actually put in. I clicked the place assignments button in my DM from Hot Utils. That is how we get the stars.
Look, Mom, no hands.
Yeah. I like my guild mates. Most of them. Spock's kind of shitty, but the rest of them are pretty good. It's okay, Spock doesn't want
Sorry about
shit.
that image, Heratran, but yeah, now you've got that table for reference if your retinas recover from the blinding whiteness. Very good. Very good. All right, next zone. What do we got here? L3.
That shit does hurt my eyes looking at that, by the way.
Oh, well, take it up with Lee.
I don't mean to sound ungrateful about all your hard work, but can I get a dark mode version of this?
Damn. This is a nice battle because I can run.
I mean, to be fair, you can run them all.
Yes, but actually get both waves. Yeah, fair enough. I appreciate the technicality there, Darren. Fair.
Yeah, exactly. I just checked the thing, and it's not high. I literally shrunk my Discord, the size on my monitor, so I don't have that in my view. It is that much of an eyesore.
Fair.
Because I opened up Discord to check that channel, and all of a sudden I just blinked a few times. And I'm like, when you look at the sun and you have those dark splotches from looking at the sun, I have those dark splotches.
It's 4:49 in the afternoon. Open the fucking blinds and come up from the basement. You're outing yourself. You shouldn't be blinded by looking at something white in the daytime. What's wrong with you, Pete? I'm a cave troll, and I'm telling you to open the damn blinds.
Look, if you took your hat off, it would have the same effect.
Oh, God. Why are you killing me? You're not supposed to kill me.
I thought this was going to get 2 out of 2 on auto.
So did I.
You assured me.
It does it week after week, but jeez.
You assured me.
Not today, Satan.
That's fair, Heratran. We do need Vance to come in and say something dumb so we can round that out.
Mm-hmm.
And my sincerest would be the term. Not apology.
Please
What's
live.
the opposite of apology?
Why won't any of you taunt?
I'm very happy that you do not live in America.
Seriously, though, I'm supposed to kill them. Really have to insist on the importance of killing them. Okay, warmer.
Yeah, different time zones for real. Cass is in the East Coast, East time zone. I'm in the Central time zone, and most of America is in the 1950s.
Yeah. Hey, MJ, pop it in the chat with the poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. High task, dagger smells like poop. Solid.
Be that as it may.
Poet laureate shit right there. Yes, Cosley, my laziness was not punished, though. Not today. Aha.
Hey, Tass, from Icheng, or Icheng. Hi, Tass. Do you ever go through periods of apathy with this game? How do you power through and stay engaged?
Excellent question. There are metas that I prefer and that I don't. But part of it is a long-term point of view that I'm just enjoying the game, right? And I don't control the creative direction that it goes. So there are metas that I like better than others, but I think part of what defines a competitive player is how they deal with the circumstances as they are. Nobody fucking asked me what I wanted the next Datacron set. They never will. So it's on me to adapt to it and not to complain about it. Like, it's not productive. It's not helping me win. And the people that want to spend, their time on Reddit and whatnot complaining about how the latest thing that CG did is surely the death of the game. It's like, I mean, just tell me that you're a nobody, I don't even have to look at your name to know that you're a nobody, because that's what nobody said. Nobody's just complain about the situation on the ground instead of talking about how they're gonna try and game around it. That's my thing. I'm not a big fan of people that are consistently negative, because it's not going to help you win. You're still locking into next week with the thing as it is. So part of it is just accepting my lack of control over the situation. That helps me stay cool regardless of the meta. The other part is, and you can ask Dagger, I mix things up. I play different games, man. I don't feel so tied to the destiny of my fun in playing games is tied to Galaxy of Heroes so strongly. That's not the case. I play a lot of TFT, which is Teamfight Tactics, an auto chess game off of League of Legends. There's I still play WoW from time to time, although not in recent weeks, because a lot of my friends are currently doing the Legion remix, and I played Legion back when it was current. I don't need to go back. I don't want to go back. I don't need to do any of that. So while they're doing that, I'm not playing WoW. Else, I'll play the odd game of this or that here and there, but just having other things, other games going, stuff like that, it helps.
Yeah, I personally find that the more I play non-Swugga games, the more I find myself drifting from Swugga, because the game struggles to engage the way other games engage me.
Yeah, I don't know that it is. Yeah, sure.
GAC is worth it. Like I've told the co-host on Plotting and Scheming that the podcast is one of the biggest reasons I stay dialed into GAC, which is one of the biggest reasons that I put the effort into the game that I put into the game. So, realistically, if I didn't have these friends that I played this game with, ask Tass, I play other video games with him, like most people. Like, Swugga's not the only game I play, like Tass said. So, and if you catch me streaming, at least recently, I've been streaming Baldur's Gate 3 with friends. Right? I have other games that I enjoy playing that are not the same as Swugga. Swugga is like the only game like Swugga I play, in the sense that it's like a phone game.
Codsley says, Tass, what about XCOM game? I've never really been in XCOM. Sorry, not for any particular reason. It's just at that time I was probably playing something else. Like Wolfman says here next, playing the same game for almost a decade, regardless of IP, is astonishing. Maybe for some players, and not for me, because when I was very young, StarCraft was new, and that had me tied up gaming-wise. I mean, I played some other stuff, like we had PS2 and other stuff like that, like in the house, Sega Genesis growing up. But basically, once I started playing StarCraft, that was basically the game for me until Warcraft 3, which was like 2002, right? So like 1997, 1998 to 2002 was StarCraft time. All right, so I played that, and then I was still playing it after Warcraft 2 came out, or Warcraft 3 came out. But the point I'm making there is, I was playing some other games, and then when World of Warcraft came out, I basically been playing that mostly on, sometimes off, since it came out in September of 2004. Been playing League of Legends since beta. So sticking with games that I like long term is very me. Maybe that's not the representative of players, gamers writ large, but that's very me. Like, I'll find something I like, and man, I will play it till the wheels fucking fall.
I have a similar version of, we'll call it the tism, because back your grandpas and great grandpas that ate the same lunch every day kind of thing. We just called them weird, But same with Tass said. I've been playing the Magic the Gathering since '98. So I play a lot of Arena. I've been playing D&D since like '99. So I play things like Baldur's Gate. I have had the same hobbies for since high school. Right? Like playing basketball, following sports, D&D, Magic the Gathering have been like my 4 main hobbies since I was like 15.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Guernsey says, oh man, early StarCraft was an event. Yeah, man, that was, first in the world shit. You've never seen a video game pack a stadium before, but, that wasn't over here. That was in South Korea. But nothing else had ever done that. Nothing else had ever achieved something like that. People actually showing up in a proper stadium to watch 2 teams of pimply-faced teenagers line up with their tables and their computers on top of their tables to face each other to play StarCraft. Real deal shit.
Yeah, LAN parties were a thing. People forget about that shit.
Oh, LAN parties, I've got the pictures from my early days talking about going over on a Friday night, staying over at the friend's house like all weekend, play all Friday night, play through Saturday, play through all Saturday night, crash, wake up mid-morning on Sunday morning smelling like stankin' onions, and having his mom take us all through the drive-thru at Burger King for breakfast, then going home and having a shower and a crash. Yeah, that was a style back then. I was there. I seen it.
All right. Well, I don't know about some of the things you just said.
That's right. You can just say you weren't hardcore like that. That's fine. I can accept it.
You're
not hardcore.
I was. How old were you during these times you're talking?
I'm talking starting high school, 14, 15, 16. 13, 14, 15, man. 16.
I was playing sports and having, girls touch my pee-pee. We're trying to get them to.
Oh, yeah. No, we didn't LAN party every weekend, but this was something that happened. Yeah.
Oh, no. I went to a handful of LAN parties, so I know what they are.
What's my StarCraft MMR in StarCraft 2? Nothing. I'd never tried to play competitively in StarCraft. StarCraft 1, I used to be top 100. Not world, US, but as a kid, I was really, really, really good at StarCraft. Protoss player, by the way. I've always loved playing them just as because I like the feel of playing them as a race, but also as a in lore race. Protoss are the best race. Just the best. I love their story. Chris Metzen's writing got me in love with fantasy as video games being a vehicle to deliver fantasy in a way that's taking you away. Mario isn't a fan. When you're a little kid playing Super Mario World or whatever, it's fun. It's topical. It's all very surface level. There's whimsy, but there isn't being spirited away. Nobody's getting spirited away by Mario, right? So, yeah, man, the immersion of the story of StarCraft, because it's not just the multiplayer game, right? That's the thing that you're meant to play endlessly over and over. There was a campaign for these. People don't know too much about the campaigns for StarCraft. And yeah, man, amazing lore in that. And then if you read through the original manual for StarCraft 1, just for a lore-inclined nerd, just spread through me like wildfire. Loved Chris Metzen's work ever since. That's what got me into wanting to try Warcraft 3. Then I got into the story of that he also was the principal writer for, which of course brought me later into World of Warcraft, which is just another lore feast. Yeah, man. That guy's had an outsized influence on my life. I hope I get to meet Chris Metzen. I'd have to show up to a BlizzCon or something.
That's also where Tass gets his name from, is StarCraft.
Yeah, that is my name. Yes. Yes, that I am. If you know the characters, my name Tassadar, which Tassenix. I've been this way since I was like 10 years old online. My name has been Tassenix, and it's from Tassadar of the Templar and Praetor Phoenix, Phoenix. So that's my two favorite characters from StarCraft. All right, let's see this one.
But yeah, I think that I am definitely. Oh yeah, Vin said he played Civ 4 for 20 years now.
Dig that, man. Yeah, I still have Civ 5 installed. I play Civ 6 more often, though, from time to time. I did not pick up Civ 7. Everything about it seems like it's just getting panned, like universally panned. I think I prefer 5 to 6. The district system of 6 I liked less. It's not terrible, but I like it less. You know?
But yeah, when I look at the style of games I play, or the games that I play, they're the same ones I played. Like, the video games I play the most are things like Dark Souls-esque games, NBA 2K, and like Forgotten Realms RPGs. I've been playing those since, I was busy being like 12. Although I don't think Dark Souls came out until I was like 18, but you get the point I'm trying to make. I didn't
really get into those. I mean, there's a whole bunch of great games that I never really got into. Like, people love the Fallouts, just post-apocalyptic anything, I'm over. Resident Evil, really zombie anything, I'm over. Like, I don't want to spend time in those fantasy environments. I just don't care about them at all.
Yeah. The only IP that I don't feel rewarded for being a fan of is Lord of the Rings. Not a lot of great Lord of the Rings games. Not a lot of great Lord of the Rings content. Well, not in the last, 20 years. Right? Like, the movies were fantastic. But, since Return of the King, we just haven't gotten a whole lot of Lord of the Rings stuff. So that's the other fantasy IP that I really like. That just hasn't gotten a lot of love. Hopefully it will. I like Rings of Power for what it is. It's not perfect. It's flawed like many things. But, how do we feel about some of the bad Star Wars stuff? How are you going to complain about finally getting Lord of the Rings content and it not being exactly what you wanted?
Yeah. There's a balance there. Let's see. Yeah, I-Chang, Warcraft 3 Orc player. I really did love orcs, but me personally, I was really loving undead for the most part. I really liked, what was it? There was two strategies I really liked with undead. There was the Crack Ghoul rush with the Death Knight, right? Crack Ghouls, I want to say. And then there was also just the early skirmish with some ghouls in a Death Knight, but then you were tacking super hard, going for necros and meat wagons, and doing that thing where you just roll up with your meat wagons spawning corpses, then your necromancer starts raising corpses, then you start killing the enemy units, and then you start turning those into more raised things. Super fun.
I would just like to say, hearing Tass wax politically about meat wagons meets expectations.
Man, just great times. Like, a meat wagon is a corpse hurling catapult that the undead have. Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah. So quite literally a meat wagon. Yes. Zeratul and Artanis from StarCraft 2, great units. And, Zeratul really got a lot of flesh in StarCraft 2 that he was missing. You felt he was very important in StarCraft 1 if you played the campaigns. But I like how they spent more time developing them. And Artanis being just a pup in StarCraft 1, just some snot-nosed kid who was too eager to get into the fight, needing the counsel and the caution and the painful lessons of loss taught by the events of StarCraft 1. Artanis is a way better character in StarCraft 2. More measured, much more responsible, much more aware of what it costs to do anything in the environment that he's suddenly taking command. He is the hierarch, standing over just the remains of what was once the great Protoss Empire. Yeah. Drop a wave, damn you, Tass. What do you mean drop a... Oh, yeah, no, man. We're trying to do it big out here, man.
Guernsey says, I really got into Lord of the Rings Online, but I can see it not being everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, I kind of aged out of Lord of the Rings Online and SWTOR about the same time. The online multiplayer, like the online MMOs, right? Once I got out of college, I just didn't have groups to play with, and I don't like playing those types of games by myself. So I kind of just aged out of them, and then, the children came, and those kind of video games I could not play things like WoW or those kind of MMOs because I just could not afford the time to be competitive. Because at the end of the day, I play video games for fun, but I generally want to be competitive in them to a degree, because that's part of who I am. I struggle to play a game super casually, and not care if I get better, right? Like every game I play, I want to get better, I want to improve, blah, 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 blah. There are very few games I play where I'm just okay being kind of bad at them. First-person shooters are the type of game where I play with friends. I make it pretty clear that I'm not in it for the game, I'm in it for the friend.
Fair.
Cass, have you ever played Expedition 33? Asked Blackhammer.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I missed that one above. Who asked that?
Blackhammer 28. Hey, Tass, have you played Expedition 33?
Yeah, there it is. It's one of the best games I've ever played. I don't know that I've heard a single soul say anything less than something stellar about that game. It reminds me, in its artistic and combat style, it reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy X, which was one of my all-time favorite games. The game interests me, is the short answer. Not interesting that I rush to pick it up. I think I'll pick it up when it goes on discount. If I get it gifted to me or something like that, I'd play it sooner. But otherwise, I'll wait for it to go on sale, because very few games I feel compelled to be on the very cutting edge of, especially a single-player game. So I will play it, and it's just not hot on me.
Yeah, I just downloaded Elden Ring. I just downloaded the new game to play, hopefully on stream. We'll see. That there's only so much you can do with the Bloodborns and the Souls type games, where there are times where it's like, oh, I wanna hurt people because this game is so obnoxious.
Oh, no shit. So Blackhammer just said it just went on sale today on Steam, so it looks like it's your lucky day. What's the discount on it, man? It seems like it's a little early for it to be discounted, but depending on how much that is, it wasn't even all, to be honest, it's a pretty reasonably priced game, just as a base thing. Like I said, my urgency to play it's the only reason why I hadn't picked it up. It looks like a top quality game, though.
It's 20% off.
Bad. I mean, for a game that new, it's still pretty damn respectable.
Yeah. I saw some previews of it, and it's not the type of game I generally am into, but it might be worth it.
Especially, I mean, we're all playing a turn-based RPG right now here in Slugger with a turn meter bar and shit like that. Like, I don't think this has explicitly the same thing, but there is a speed mechanic involved. There are turns. You can see that there's a turn order coming. And then there's the moves that you choose to do, and then you actually have to go and execute the move that you've selected to execute. There's like a slider, and you have to hit the move in the slider. There's like I said, really reminds me of Final Fantasy X. You could say other Final Fantasy games. And I haven't played a game of that kind in some time, and these guys seem to have executed on that very well. It takes a lot to be able to step into the wheelhouse of Final Fantasy and have a command performance. So, truly, hats off to that game, because having not played it 5 seconds, I've watched a few streams. It is visually stunning. It seems that from what I've the early part of the game that I'd seen many times over on several different streams. Looks like there's some narrative depth to be explored. I'm intrigued. Just yeah, might have to look that up. I appreciate the note about the discount.
I would actually be curious to see what your thoughts on it are, because you dislike Baldur's Gate so much.
Yes, that's fair.
Because it is a very similar game. I'm just not as much a fan of the style of world. Not that it's a terrible world or anything like that. I'm not trying to throw any shade at the game. But yeah, I would love to see Tass play more of these games, because I love these style of games. So I've been trying to get Tass into like these turn-based RPG, open world RPG games like Baldur's Gate, like Divinity.
I played many RPGs and RPG types. Like one of my favorite RPGs, which is very old now, would be Grandia 3, if you know it, from PS2 days. Crazy game, JRPG, but interesting story, super fun combat mechanics. Never forget that game. All right.
Yeah. But yeah, I would just love to see you enjoy one of these games. Not for any other reason besides this is my jam.
What is the difference in the deluxe edition? Just some skin stuff, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't bother too much with a deluxe edition unless you were willing to.
Flowers, 6 outfits, blah 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 blah. Outfit variation. Custom outfit, and yeah. Okay, so probably nothing I would terribly miss. Plus Windblown, what is that? A content expansion? Do you know what this stuff is, Black Hammer? What this Windblown bundle is, and Sifu bundle and all this? I mean, Expedition, or the deluxe edition looks just like... I don't know if these are legitimate content upgrades that I need to consider. I'll follow up with that with a second. One's done.
I'm actually re-downloading it as we speak, because I'm going to give it another try.
Which one?
Maybe I didn't give it a fair enough try because I feel
you have Expedition 33? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, I own it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I started it, and I think the problem I ran into was it came out at the same time as other games I was playing that I enjoyed more. So I want to give it a fair shake, because reading what people are saying about it in the chat, I'm like, yeah, I should probably give it a fair shake.
Okay, you bet. Lady Geek says, sounds like the grandkids are here now. Thanks for the stream, guys. Have to go play with them while they're still little. Have fun. Take care. Thanks for tuning in, Lady Geek.
Yeah, because this game came out about the same time I started playing Baldur's Gate with my girlfriend.
Hey, sweetheart.
So that makes sense to why I may want to try to give it another try.
I wonder if just get the base game and you'll be perfect, says Black Hammer. All right, I might, yeah. Hey, well,
do they have a multiplayer aspect to the game?
No, I don't think so. I think it's purely single player. Truly, like a Final Fantasy. That's...
Oh, okay. So you can multiplayer. It's local multiplayer though.
No. How would that even work?
Multiple controllers.
No, I'm just saying though. Like, how do you
multiple monitors? Okay. Oh, okay. No, there's a mod that lets you play. Okay. I just Googled whether it was multiplayer or not. Because that's one of the problems I run into is a lot of the games I want to play, I want to do them on stream. And I like streaming with other people or playing games with other people.
Jackass.
one of the problems I run into is if I'm playing a game by myself, I tend to like not want to break immersion, which means ignoring chat. So it wouldn't be a streaming thing if that makes sense.
Sure.
So that's why something like Elden Ring or the Souls type games make good streaming games, because the entire point is to break immersion to a degree. To get you frustrated. You have breaks when you die. And you have to pick your gear up.
Up. Okay.
Yeah. One of the things that games like this do is they'll package themselves up with other decent games, where you can get a discount on both games if you buy them together. Which is what Windblown and Sifu are.
Oh, I see. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. So they just make other games. They have a bundle with that.
From what I understand, yeah. And I'm not even saying that those games are bad. A lot of I've actually those bundles, and the game I got as part of the bundle I've enjoyed more. That's how I got Neverwinter Nights back in the day. Because I bought it as part of a bundle, and I enjoyed it way more than I enjoyed. I don't even remember what it was an add-on for. That's how much I didn't play the other game. But yeah, another game I haven't played yet is Original Sin 2.
Go see your
So
mother.
I'm waiting for
I'll
a
be
friend
right
of
back,
ours.
guys.
Oh, sorry. I'm waiting for a friend of ours to get his rig put back together. Or get his rig back like working, because that's the game I want to play on stream with DPK, Fruguy, and our friend DeKob. They just have that's what I'm looking at right now. Is if I'm going to stream a game by myself, it's likely just going to be Magic the Gathering Arena, because love me some Magic. Yeah, exactly, Guernsey. Yeah, I forget what game I bought, but Neverwinter Nights was like a couple years old at the time and thrown in, and yeah, loved that game. That's actually what got me started down the pathway of playing like the old Baldur's Gate games. And actually, because like I never realized that they were set in the D&D world because I played D&D, and I never realized that all these games were set in the D&D world. I mean, I kind of realized it like subconsciously maybe, but it didn't register because the Forgotten Realms, the internet wasn't exactly like it is now, where there's like wiki pages for all these fandoms. I feel that, Lady Geek. Play with the children while they're young. I remember way back in the day, I don't remember what game I got with it, but I don't even know, was it the original Metal Gear Solid? This was like PS1 days. Remember those old demo discs you used to get that would have like 6 games you could play for like 5 minutes? I remember back then, you could buy like a game that would have another game with it. And that's how I got the first, I think it was the first, or maybe I got one of the Spyro games that way. It just came with another game that I bought. Yeah, Soldag, I get it. You want to try to race Tass to the top.
All right, I'm back. Where was I?
Yeah. Thankfully, I don't have that. But yeah, I can definitely see that competition with TB would make you want to try harder.
What are we talking about now?
Oh, Soldag saying that he's going to have to the wave competition. He missed a phase, so he's going to have to start.
Oh, yeah.
Next TB.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this, and Sifu and Windblown both look like very good video games in of themselves.
Nice.
So, if you were to pick up Expedition 33 with one of those, it might actually be worth it.
Not bought anything from this developer before, I wouldn't want to go all in on a bunch of games, but I think the way Steam does it is if I buy the game, the first one, I can buy the remainder of the bundle still within the bundle. It's generally how Steam is, even if you don't buy it all at once as the original whole.
Let me check and see if I can do that. Because if I can do that,
see if you can. You bitch. Do they still?
You are right. I can buy all 3 of the games.
There you go.
Yeah, you're right. Neat.
Mm-hmm. Almost there. Stay on target.
I don't know. It's been a while since I've bought like a package of games on Steam kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That is really good to know.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Base edition. View my cart. Get a payment. It's fine. For your purchase. All content. Correct drive. Okay. I've got it installing, guys. So here it is.
One RPG that is like I have never heard a bad thing about, but I could never really get into it, was Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Yeah, we both bought that together, right? And I only played it a couple minutes. I forget why. I don't think something inherently turned me on. I don't know. I have to go back and play it some more.
The sword fighting feels counterintuitive, and the I went through like a sword duel battle thing, and the fight, I shit you not, took like 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for the recommendation, Black Hammer. I thought about it in the long term, but if you had not let me know about the discount, I would never have investigated. Fair enough. Appreciate it. I might play some of it on stream. I don't know. I don't know how interesting that is. I know that's been done now.
Yeah, it really comes down to can you maintain immersion while streaming it and interacting with chat?
I mean, knowing me, let's be honest, guys, probably not.
Yeah. No, I'm saying I can't. I know I can't. Which is why I play these types of RPGs with friends, because it's more about the social aspect than it is about the dialing down, trying to be like, what would my character do here? The intention is never for the immersion. Where if I wanted to play a video game for the immersion, I would do it offline by myself. Which is one of the reasons why sometimes we sit in voice chat for like a couple hours without saying much, is because we're both playing video games and we're...
Yeah, sometimes here's to the men that can enjoy a comfortable silence. We have a very active Discord chat, and there will be times where the conversation comes to a natural pause, and there will be like 4 guys in the room comfortably enjoying a silence, all doing something. If somebody says something, then people respond, you know?
Yeah.
But here's to the guys that can enjoy a comfortable silence, because it's not frickin' everybody, I'll tell you that.
One of the things that always makes me kind of chuckle is when that happens and somebody breaks the silence after like 10, 15 minutes, everyone else in the chat's like, whoa, huh? Can you repeat that?
Because we had our music on, because it's only a comfortable silence relative to the Discord. We're probably having Netflix on, talking to whoever's in the background, whatever. But yeah,
it's always kind of, like I said, it's always a kind of a chuckle moment because we're all redialing back into the conversation.
Is there?
But yeah, I've been reading this review on Sifu, dude. This game looks super good. I don't know if I'm gonna buy it right now because I have the problem that most people have of my Steam library is somewhere around 100 games, and I played 25 of them. Mm-hmm. Well, I've played like 25 of them, any meaningful amount. I've started probably most of them, but I haven't put in like many man hours into them. Mm-hmm. So. And similar to Tass, I work mostly off recommendations at this point because I have a backlog.
Oh, wow.
It's funny because I just downloaded Elden Ring the other day because I was like, I'm going to play Elden Ring. And then it's like, oh, nope, already off of playing Elden Ring onto this Expedition 33 thing. Going to retry that.
Yeah, it didn't do Elden Ring at all.
Dude, yeah, I was just chilling watching you play that game, Saldag. That was the game where you were like jumping off the bottom of the screen? Yeah, that game was fun to watch. But yeah, I just had Netflix on another channel, on another monitor. I was just kind of chilling, watching you. Yeah, that game was a lot of fun. But yeah, you were doing like, you were jumping like off, you were like parkouring through this world. Yeah, that was... I can't really describe it outside of that, but yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch. But yeah, like Saldag said, that there was a time when I was just watching him play a video game, and he was like, he was like, "You still there?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Huh? Yeah, yeah. You died like 3 times in that same spot." Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, man. That's the other thing, too. I'm at the point now where if there's a game that somebody likes, I almost want to watch them play it. Because they're going to enjoy playing it probably more than I'll enjoy playing it. Not because the game isn't good, but because it's like, man, there's so many games I want. Oh, man. People are starting to get home, so I'm going to have to dip out here. But
yeah, no worries.
In 6 hours, Tash.
Yes, we'll be seeing each
other
soon.
If I don't talk to you before then. All right, man. I'm going to hop off, but you guys have a good one. And
yep.
Good chat to everyone in the chat.
Thanks for joining. That install's going hard. I can hear it. The fans are a-buzzing. So, what else you guys got on your mind, question-wise? And is the music at like a level that you can still hear? Saldag, I gotta take off as well because I got a rehearsal, but I always appreciate the random streams midweek. Hey, yeah, happy to be able to get this one in. I know a lot of folks play these streams, so happy to do it. Take care, man. Have a good one. Good luck with the rehearsal. Okay. do a full JMK because we didn't use Cat with that Ufu team under Ray. So okay, they wanted me to use Leia there. Okay then. All right, the game's installed already. I love my computer. All right, Depressed Wampa, question. What ships are best to take on offense in Grand Arena for capital ships? So, the correct answer is going to be based on how your opponent's tendencies are. That is the eternally correct answer. On balance, I think that there's a good case for saving all 3 meta fleets for offense if you're having to do it blind. However, I see that there are opponents that like to save Leviathan always. For the ones that save Leviathan always, I like the idea of setting Leviathan, keeping Profundity, Executor, and Negotiate like that. I think that's really good. Because if you're setting the Home 1, for example, the new Home 1 team with D-Wing, folks are really preferring to use Profundity to be clean and get high banners on it, which means that their Leviathan's probably lining up versus the Leviathan. And if you're setting it with the Phantom 2, you are potentially getting, like, if they're successful, but also have poor RNG, they're getting like a 68 on that fight. We're doing Leviathan versus Leviathan. So, really, the best answer is scout your opponent. And going into this 5 vs 5 season, look at how they fought at the end of last 3 vs 3. Look at their tendencies. They're probably going to start off from that same. All right, Cody E1509 says, I have a choice to go for Starkiller, Leia, or Bo-Katan Mandalore now. Which one is your preference? Unlock me first. I'm further away from Starkiller than the other two. I mean, Starkiller is about to get a major raise, right? Because we're working on the Stranger in Conquest. This is the first Conquest, so we still have months until we unlock him. I don't know how that influences your schedule, but Starkiller's stock is about to rise seriously when that character joins the game. So that's worthy consideration. You said you're closer to Leia or BKM. Isn't BKM involved in requirements for something higher up the food? Or at least characters from her team? BKM is a usually, but not always, reliable counter for Lord Vader, even now with the clones, despite what CG would prefer. My intuition would be you're fully distant from either. There's still going to be more work required for Leia than Bo-Katan. My general gut on advancing your roster would be if all things are equal in terms of the rank of the team, in terms of how far you are for other things, just whatever you're closest to unlocking is something I think is reasonable, because I'm always looking for that next advantage in Grand Arena. That said, though, let's say that you are I'm not deeply familiar with what BKM's characters, the characters on that team, might be requirements to for other events. Like if they're somehow related to the Night Sisters or anything like that. Okay, so you actually have all the shards already. You're just needing to prioritize gear and relics. Yeah, okay. And then you just need a lot of shards. Starkiller and defense. That makes sense. Yeah, anyway, all that was winding up to say Leia's probably the better choice. She does more in more places than BKM. BKM's very nice to have. And not immediately recalling if she's related to requirements for any other character or event. She's all right, but not higher than Leia. Okay. Blackhammer asks, question, I've decided to finally go for Galactic Legend Ahsoka now that there is an economy event for her. Is it me or does Sabine hit like a wet noodle sometimes? Good question. Good question. There are two really good ways to mod her. I guess you probably won't be terribly surprised by. But she does very, very well in an offense set, and even better, potentially, in a crit damage set if you've got enough offense in secondary. Let me show you. So she's just over 300 speed. I skewed her for health. Crit damage set with the triangle, we're at 243 at Relic 9, and just over 10,000 offense, which is nice. You're thinking that at Relic 9, attackers in an offense set should be, in a proper offense set with decent secondaries and everything, somewhere around the 12,000 offense. So you figure that I'm 2,000 off that mark, but I've also got, pretty good punch in there. You could argue that the closer I get to 11,000 offense, the better I would feel about not being in an offense set. I think for most people, this character should be in an offense. But that being said, you have all this crit chance, you have an extra big chunk of crit damage, which may again lend you to having offense. But as far as the biggest bursts of damage, you've got the offense secondaries on a crit damage set. Crit damage set should do bigger singular hits. And if you've ever had your entire team laid out by the AoE of a stacked up Padawan Sabine, that's bad business. Because her stacking up this Ancestral Resolve, or the Force Connection, blah, 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 blah. Whenever she gains 10 stacks of 5% Mastery, 20 stacks of Force Connection, and every 10 stacks, she gains 50% critical damage. See that? At 20 stacks of Force Connection, and every 10 stacks thereafter, Sabine gains 50% critical damage for the battle. I tell you, that AoE. Oh, bad news. Bad news. So if she's weak in the beginning, that's okay. She doesn't hit that hard. That first AoE, it's second AoE that's killer. Assuming that you've got her modded well. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, don't worry about the music, says Ray Rock. I'm just busy here working through grind quest feeds while I farm datacrons and mats. Yep. Yes, we know this grind. Know it well. Okay. Back to it. Gotta do this one. What do I have? Finzori? Finzori gonna do it here? Better not be. Get it done. Gift resistance, got it. So crit damage with high offense secondaries, got it. Yeah, that would be ideal. I think it's much more readily attainable for people to have a respectable offense set with a crit damage triangle. And yeah, if you can reach for it, yes, high offense, they reach for it. The health primary cross with the high offense secondary, really nice. I mean, in a super ideal world, it'd also be a very fast health primary arrow with a very high offense secondary as well, right? Have her be just as tanky and as offensive as possible. All of that. You can make every character a serious project if you wanted. All right, we're back. Yeah, you guys should be okay. Well, hello there, sweetness. Got your harmonica. I heard you down the hall. Sweetness loves the harmonica. Oh, shit, I just realized my mic was muted. That's fun stuff. No, I was just saying, Mrs. T just brought me dinner, beautiful plate of dinner. So I'll keep on finishing these last couple fights. Let's answer some more questions, but I'll probably turn off my camera so you guys don't have to watch me too. And also, you know, thank you.
I hope she doesn't play anything kind of good.
I'm telling you, man. Well, you know what? I don't think that actually works that way. So that's good news. Like you singing Disney songs on a YouTube video? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I'll work on it and tag you in Discord later with the mod setup if you don't mind. Of course, Black Hammer, you're welcome to. What's for dinner? Roast chicken. Looks like
roasted chicken and everything.
And just a nice big salad to go with it. Nice roasted chicken. I mean, you know, we eat our fair share of pizza and whatnot, but yes, we do have some good home cooked meals here. Thank you. Hi, sweetness. Here, really hear that background. That's so. Ugh. How do we want it? Here. What are we gonna do? Out. If we could get the stun here, that would be nice. That means I get to save. I think. Nope, you targeted this. Almost had it. Damn. Alright, it's harder but not impossible. I've had this happen before. I could have healed the ship instead of calling out the punishing one, but that was... No need to waste the... Very nice. So far, so good. You're just gonna immediately die, right? Oh. I have to heal you. I really want to reinforce. Alright. I've got to get rid of Boba. It was the first priority. Get a stun. You double tap? Double tap? Meets expectations. Wouldn't change it. Hey, a double tap. They do exist. Alright, now we're cooking. Love a good pot roast. Making it a crock pot. Yeah, we actually had crock pot roast last night. All right, so as promised, I'll keep answering questions here in the chat. I'm pretty sure that wraps up. With 4-9. Okay. Just half a minute. All right, and I'm going to start eating dinner here off to the side while you guys throw in some more questions here, and then we'll see if people are still pretty involved. We'll keep on pushing the stream. Otherwise, we'll look to wrap up and send you guys out. All right? Oh yeah, that chicken's great. Osley says, after Relic Delta, all capital ship pilots must be Relic 10. I mean, in the extreme, in the long term, do you remember how long after Relic 9 came out that it became meta for every ship on the front line of every one of your meta fleets to be Relic 9? It wasn't immediate. It might have come sooner than you would have liked, but it wasn't immediate. Right? Oh shit, I went too far. This looks reasonable. What? Oh. Okay, if you Relic 9 grand. Oh. Okay, so that means it's not approved. All right, that's how that works. Reading. Power of reading. For about 5. Okay. Yeah, I don't think everything's going to have to be Relic 10 immediately. It's not impossible even for the top whales. But that's going to be the first solve, for sure. What is the best material advantage gained by taking something to Relic 10? That is absolutely the first top-end question. Relic 10 goes up. Yay, number 1. Yeah. 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 That's what it's about. Oh, Conquest and TB. Both out of the way. Inside of what? Alright, yeah, a little bit over 3 hours. Like I said, guys, I'm just eating some dinner off to the side, so don't be shy. I'll be on camera in a few minutes. Otherwise, keep up with your questions in the chat. Wow. Favorite pastry? I mean, wow. Savory wise, like a chicken pot pie, like a really good flaky chicken pot pie is incredible. Homemade ones just, oh man, it's been so long. But I remember. But as far as sweet, ooh, I don't know, like apple turnovers are like they're near and dear to my heart, especially with a black cup of coffee. Baklava is a favorite. My thing is it's become a lot more popular, but people cut corners, and there's it's too sweet. Most of these places, the balance is wrong, and their phyllo dough loses all of the texture, becomes a sodden mess. Just hey, well that's right. Opa, yeah, man. Yeah, that's the other thing. I haven't had the flaming cheese in God knows how long. I don't think I was driving yet. I don't think I was driving a car yet the last time I had that. The Taganaki? Is that it? Really love tiramisu. Not that that's really a pastry. Yeah, I remembered. How you doing, Wolf? Little column A, little column B, eh? What else you folks got to talk about? We can talk food. Doesn't always have to be Star Wars, but you know, mostly. You know, Wolf, I was just thinking about how burdensome it would be to be dyslexic, then ordering Naganaki is like, I'll have one Nagasaki. I see that as being uncomfortable for a moment. All right. Yeah, I wouldn't order that anywhere. Ray Rock asks, what is your go-to food at a football tailgate, assuming you attended a few each year? You assume a lot. I don't really go tailgating. Not really much of a sports fan, and certainly not a football fan, like more of a hockey fan. You don't really tailgate for hockey. You just get, wasted inside the venue. That being said, I don't know. Typical food that's served there. Usually stuff is grilled. Stuff like that. I don't know. Like any type of burger. Love, what do you call them? Bratwursts. Love a good grilled bratwurst. Especially you got the guy, the pot-bellied middle-aged dad that's also sauteing up the onions. Got your toppings, your other toppings to go on that. Peppers, spicy mustard, so on. Depressed Wampa, I have one. What are the best things to buy with Mark IIIs in the raid store? That's an excellent. Personally, I prefer buying these Aeromags until I have a glut. Pretty much only these until I have a glut. If I have too many of them, then I'll spend them here on Electrium Conductors, Zinbittle cards, and if I'm truly flush on Aeromags and all of these, then I'd be looking at Impulse Detectors, and then if everything of that was cool, then maybe Gerda piece. But I mean, all this would have to be, like, I'd want to have over 100 of the Aeromags and Impulse Detectors and like over 200 of these Zinbittles and Electriums. And at that point, I'd be thinking about maybe I pick up some Gerdas. That way I'm pushing myself closer to the next Relic 9. Question? Burnsy says, on a similar note, what do you go to normal fleet nodes for Relic Mat? Wrapping? Fleet node. Relic Mat wrapping. So first of all, here is where I'm buying most of the things that I'm going to build up into complete pieces and then scrap for later, right? A normal and fleet nodes for Relic Mat scrapping. I think I understand what you're asking now. I've been saving yellow energy since just after Ahsoka. So I saved from Ahsoka all the way to Pirate King. Got him done and had something like 24,000 left over after that. So now I'm just still stocking up. Why don't I spend this? There's just everything that I could be getting from this. I have either hundreds of or thousands of, just being straight up. So being able to have this glut of energy such that when the next Galactic Legend comes out, however when, it is in a day one, within a couple hours, completely unlocked, maxed out, ultimate equipped, day one thing. That's the only reason I do that. So I'm not really spending yellow energy much anymore, but fleet energy, yeah, I'll show you which node I'm usually finding. It's usually this one. Periodically, I'll check which one of the gold level pieces I might be lower on. Like this one's technically 100, so lower than this one right now. So I guess I could start farming that for a minute. But that's kind of the idea. Most of the pieces that you're farming with this energy, though, are the types of things that I'm saying I'm buying with the Mark II raid currency out of this. See, only 100 of this. That's kind of important to be more of. Try not to go under 200 of any of the scrap pieces as much as possible. That way, I can more or less have at least one character completely able to go from 0 to Relic 9 in a straight shot. Kind of what I'm doing. Now that's easy for me to do because I'm in a guild that maxes out the raid. So hopefully, if you're not, I really hope that you work your way into a guild that can, because this is not a very difficult raid. I mean, obviously the relic requirements to go to the highest stage is the biggest hoop for most people. So that being said, I know that that's not strictly required to max out the raid, and I hope you can find your way into a guild that can get you that, because, man, it is worth it. Yeah, them changing the tickets to come from the other energies was huge. Yes, coming from the other energies, being able to, buy big chunks out of the shard shop like this, all this stuff that eased the path, that wasn't around for, I want to say, at least the first 4 GLs, right? Yeah, Guernsey, I take your point if you don't have quite as much raid current. There. That is completely fair. Yeah, I mean, when I was farming with energy, I want to say I spent a lot of time on this light side node, right? This is one of the best nodes, because these are constantly in demand. Even if you don't need them for particular characters, you would certainly need what their complete component salvages down into. It's a big deal. Yeah, I mean, these Mark III Sinar hollow projectors. I remember these used to be such a huge bottleneck. I also break these down for, I want to say, these? It's the yeah, it's you, isn't it? Mark III Sinar craft, exactly. I remember going back in the day and just mashing this button a bunch, crafting a ton of these, and then breaking these full things down. A little bit of that here. Hurt enough. Hit, cat. Cat's trying to make off with my chicken. Having that. But yeah, here's another 100 rhodium heatsink. Been doing that. Anyway. Good question. Yeah, you're welcome, Guernsey. Yeah, you just unlocked Pirate King, so hopefully you can leverage that extra raid score into a better guild. Yeah, man, best of luck to you on that. It's pretty quick to knock out all 5 fights. Really nice. Yeah, she's just singing at the top of her lungs, having a good old time over there. All right. Pretty much packed away that chicken. So, shout out again to Mrs. T. Good. A lot of garlic in there. Anything else on you guys' minds? Because it looks like you folks are starting to quiet down, which means we may be coming to a natural stopping. We'll see. Give it another couple of minutes, and then if not, we'll get ready to send you guys on out. Was it thighs, wings, or drums? It was 2 really big breasts. Nice. Unironically, though, that's the answer. Oh, that's right. I thought I did get a... Sure. No. That's right, Guernsey. Amen. Amen. Isn't that really the way? That's right. Nooch just rated in with 10 viewers. Welcome, Nooch. Welcome, viewers. We've just been doing a chill question and answer stream while I did all my Conquest and PB stuff. So we just wrapped all that up, and yeah, still just taking questions here. Things were just starting to wind down when you guys arrived. I'm happy to answer anything you guys got on your mind. Otherwise, oh, and on YouTube rate too. I don't get any type of thing for that, but really appreciate it. Thanks, Newt. Thank you kindly. Yeah. So, happy to answer any questions you guys got. We've been talking about mostly the game, but occasionally things outside of the game as well. And when things come to a natural slowdown, stopping point, I'll send you guys on out. YouTube sucks. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Appreciate you. What were you up to there today? The roster reviews and the like, doing the same thing, Conquest and whatnot. All right, let's see here. Conquest. Yep, roster reviews. You need to get some sleep. Luxer, appreciate it, man. Take care. Have a good night. Get some rest. JKD Mike says, do you do the energy calendar in the web store in the Ascension Pack in game for Conquest energy? Not this time. When a Datacron set is fresh, like brand new, I would love to have that, right? I didn't pick it up this time. This Ascension, or I think there's another pass elsewhere, you guys, that you mentioned in the web store. Okay, yeah. I didn't pick up either on this second run of Datacron set 24. If this were available the first time, then I would have gotten it for sure. I like having that as an edge because when you're farming that first week of a new Datacron set in Conquest, you're doing this in the in-between off week before a new season of 3 versus 3, where you just had a whole Datacron set expire. So that means that you are urgently trying to backfill a gap of Datacrons that have just expired. So it is particularly important to have packs like that available at that time, which is probably part of why they were not available on the first run of this, so that people like me really felt the sting of it. And maybe I felt a little behind schedule this time. Maybe I would feel compelled to pick up the Ascension or the web store thing. Not really, because I just pushed a little bit harder without using that on week 2. Like, usually I have all this energy to front load into week 1, and then I'm kind of done, like 2 weeks worth of Conquest in that first week just because of the packs, right? I don't see a reason to do it this time. Rayrock, I get the $1.99 Grind Quest energy pack to help with the mat and crown farm and getting the feed sun. Oh yeah, but don't let me tell you you're wrong. If this is a, like, let's say that you, when I show you what I mean, let me explain. In Kyber 1, you need, in 3 versus 3, you have the largest possible board, right? So that's going to be 15 squads on defense, therefore at minimum 30 squads, right? 15 to place, 15 to fight with. And so, correspondingly, not less than 30 crons, right? So between both active Datacron sets, you'd be looking to have not less than 30 crons. And you can include the focus Datacrons, provided that you actually use them. Some of these I don't use every round, so keep that in mind. But yeah, let's say that we're going to 5 vs 5 right now. This Datacron set 23, expires at the end of 5 vs 5. So let's say that now we're on the other side of that. Set 23 is expired. Now we're in the off week going back towards 3 vs 3 again. The as of yet unannounced Datacron set 25 will be brand new in Conquest. That's the time to go hard on the packs, because you just lost all your set 23. Now you've got what? How many? What is this one? 5, 10, 11, 16. I've got 16 level 9 Datacrons. So if I wanted to have all level 9 Datacrons going into week 1 in the higher end of Kyber 1, I would need to produce 14 level 9 crons in the first week, which is, without the use of these packs, pretty expensive to do. Otherwise, it's a really big value. Hopefully that gives you some perspective there. But also, my personal regimen during Conquest is, like, with your normal daily crystal income. Let's say that you're Kyber 1, you get the 260 crystals every day for free, and then you get first place in Fleet Arena, so 375 crystals there. You get your daily quests, that's usually about 100 crystals there. It ends up being enough that when you're not doing Conquest, I do 6 refreshes of mods, so 350s, 3 100s, and 3 Cantina battles, and that's usually everything that I need to spend crystals on a daily basis. When Conquest is in town, I spend 6 refreshes, 50s and the 100s in Conquest, every day of Conquest. That means I'll take 3 away from mods, right? I'll never do less than the 350 crystal refreshes here. And I'll move those 300 crystal refreshes over to Conquest during Conquest if I'm trying to do it within a free-to-play bounds. Because that's what I tell people. Like, you don't have to spend money to have a robust inventory of Datacrons. You just have to shift your priorities during the Conquest period. And also, instead of doing 3 Conquest battles, I usually can do 2 and then still do my 6 refreshes Conquest. So that's completely irrespective of any type of character grind you might be on, just accordingly. Kabuto Khan just followed the channel. Appreciate it. Welcome. Looks like both YouTube and Twitch, I believe, so thank you kindly. Really appreciate that. Thank you. North Mountain with a follow. Hey, I assume you're all folks from Nooch's side, so if you're first time over here, pleasure to have you. Welcome. Yeah. Don't feel shy if you're brand new. You're just as welcome as people that have been with us here for hours today, so ask away if you've got questions. If you're not otherwise familiar with me, I mostly am streaming Grand Arena. I'll make content for stuff like mod guides, how to farm mods, stuff like that, standalone videos on my YouTube. But I'm mostly doing Grand Arena and known for that. Finished last season, rank 3. I finished it 1 before, but yeah, been holding on for a while now in the top bracket, and that's what I'm mostly doing over here is Grand Arena stream. This is kind of an off-week tradition that we started, having just a chill question and answer stream while I'm knocking out Conquest, TB, and the like. You're all very welcome to be. Yeah, nice emotes, Kabuto. 3 Iffy followed the channel. Welcome. Good to have you. Wow, a bunch of follows today, guys. Nice. Really appreciate that. Great way to support the channel. Seriously. Cool. Closing in on 1,800 YouTube subscribers. I'm really happy about that. Yeah, Bond just trolling me on YouTube comments. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. That's cool. I was just checking. We're over 1720 now over on YouTube. Thanks, guys. So no questions? Whole bunch of follows. You guys are giving me the freebie. No questions to go along with it? Pass, I just put my Sabine mod set in the Discord. That open here. People. Okay, just over 300 speed. Just how I like it. All right, health orientation. I like that as well. Sure. Okay, some crit damage. Yeah, this looks good. It's tough. These secondaries look ridiculous, by the way, so I'm sure this ends up being... Wow. I'm sure this ends up being a screamer. Hold on. Let's see if I can't do this for you on my Discord. So, use the C3PO bot. P unit. Padawan speed. Nope, not worth. On Sabine, user. We're in relic level 9. That will put it in terms that I'm more familiar. So we'll run the P unit. And I see you just beat me to it. Enough. D3PO's stewing on it. Kabuto says, I know you a bit from some videos on YouTube, but was never connected when you're streaming. Well, welcome. Glad you're able to catch me live. Happy to have you. All right, let's take a look. All right, 301, 243, 94. Okay, so under 10K. Keep pushing that set up because you're getting there. 10,000 is a very high-end mark, and the higher you push that, the less that the less damage, the actual damage you're leaving on the table. So you see how it says ability damage here at the bottom? It tells you, with these stats included, figured in, what the actual damage is. What you could do is you could put on a competing offense set and then run this poll and see what these ability damages would look like, and consider that you would be multiplying it through the crit damage percentage or the crit damage set versus the offense set, and seeing what the final damage of these abilities look like. Because that's how I would really, if I had to sit down and actually figure it out, because I was telling you earlier, like, offense set's going to be good, but if you've got the offense secondaries on a crit damage set, it would be better. You don't want to have too little offense, so you need to have enough. How much is enough? You can actually solve for that and see which way you hit. But yeah, you already helped for some content, so that was a no-brainer follow. Glad to hear that, Kabuto. What have you enjoyed of mine on YouTube? Love hearing about it when stuff of mine helps. It's what the channel is for, man. Glad to hear that. It's a good-looking set, though. Black Hammer. I like the direction of it. Sure. How much crit damage? Is it 25% getting from me? $25. Yeah. Yeah, it's much better if you're going to be in a crit damage set to have very high crit chance, like 90+%. So you're okay. You're okay. Yeah, you see this? By the time you close it up towards... Yeah, look at you at Relic 7. You're at 92%. Relic 8, you'll be closer to 100. You'll be good. Fine. Oh, I didn't even notice the health cross, my man. See, here's the thing. I was just saying how cool that is to have from a survivability point of view. It is cool. But her role isn't to survive more than it is to smash. So what I would say is, see if you've got an offense cross. Ideally, speed, flat offense on it. But then, bonus points, percent health secondary, that'd be cool. It's nice to have that health primary, but I wouldn't... Like, I would want to have other mods picking up the slack with even stronger offense. So, for example, you're not having a flat offense on the square. Your diamond is max. That's amazing. Your triangle has no offense at all, but it does have that big chunk of crit chance you've got, so that's fine. As you bring up the relics, this particular mod is probably the one that gets replaced. All these others, maybe the square as well. But yeah, 4 out of 6 of these mods are really, really good, and I love the choice of the defense set. That's a very smart choice. It's better the higher relics you go. Yeah, so I would say the offense cross is something to cross-check for now. Hopefully that helps. What else do you have on your mind, fair audience? Like I said, we finished the Conquest, the TB. We are in the overtime now. I am at your disposal, as long as you want. New followers today, a hype train. It's been a great afternoon. It's sunset. We'll give it another couple minutes for you guys. How much for a roster review? I like to charge channel points. Just you want to watch me, and then we'll spend some time on your behalf to review something for your roster. Just tune in and earn the channel points. If you want, though, we're at a point in the stream where there isn't a lot of questions coming in. I don't mind doing that. Yeah, I don't typically charge for that type of thing. And I plug for all of my Patreon, PayPal, all that stuff. If you want to throw money at me, that's always appreciated, but not required. So link your GG, let's have a look at it. And feel free, ask me questions about what you want reviewed in your roster. Do you have specific things you want me to pay attention to, or just kind of like a top-down, holistic review? Oh yeah, since you're asking on YouTube, again, all of this is optional. I forgot to mention super chats are also enabled on my channel, but yeah, no charge. Go ahead and ask away. What's that GG, buddy? Animal wants to post his GG, we'll take a look at that. But otherwise, what you guys got on your mind? Feel free to ask questions in between. Overtime, it's your time. Alright, Stanimal just linked over to us. All right, he says, I would love some guidance on modding if there's anything way off. So, first of all, we'll see that you're 12.6 million. Kyber 2, okay. One way to take a look at how things are set up is to sort your roster by overall speed. See what the speeds are of the characters that you believe are the highest priority for it. I'll tell you right now, I used to run this, the about 360 speed set Bausch. I want to put you on to this. Just look into an offense set. This 2-piece of health is okay. I also find that I'd like a 2-piece of potency, because then with that, I have a potency cross with like a 7-ish% offense secondary. Pretty rare mod, I'll admit. But with that and being a 2-piece of potency, I'm at about 200% potency, which is a great mark to be on. You can drop that speed. Mine's about 320, 325. I'd like to be closer to 330. I could go as low as 300 and feel all right, but you're really trying to push the special offense, push the offense up, and have a crit damage triangle there. Camera autofocus messed up. Yeah, I see that. Give me just a sec. Happens. Activate. There we go. All right, we're back in focus. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the $5 super chat, Sanimal. Too kind. Posted your GG on Twitch. I would have seen it either way. I have an app that's combining the chats of YouTube and Twitch, so I'll see you either way, man. But appreciate it all the same. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. All right. As I was saying, when I saw the 360 Bausch, I knew I wanted to tell you about this. With her being, do you have her? What's her relic level? Relic 7? Okay. Relic 8 would be a great thing to do for her. Especially with what I'm saying. You put her in that offense set, push her up closer towards 15,000 offense. This is one of the only ways Jabba can threaten the high tenacity, high protection, high relic Marin when people want to run that Night Sisters counter into Jabba. If they have enough potency, if they have enough tenacity to stop your Bausch from applying thermals or anything like that, then just the assist that she's called with her basics. If they choose to focus on Marin, she can just get blown out from consecutive basics coming out of Bausch. Forget about detonators blowing up. You wouldn't need them. She won't survive long enough for them to blow up. Trust me. So, all right, let's go back. Yeah, Kabuto. Yeah, it's nice to do with channel points. Yeah, this is something that I tell to any of my viewers, and my patrons know this too. My patrons are subscribed to me for mostly the, they want to support me, which is neat, but also there's the value with the bots, and really, though, there's nothing that I wouldn't happily discuss or give you that I know for free. It's mostly people do it because there's just some other values besides. So yeah, channel points means you're at least watching. So happy to have you participate, and then happy to do your review. Neat, kid. All right, carrying on. Nice fast resistance. Wow, pretty decent. Fast Malik. Okay, so I can see a bit about your priorities. Now let's talk about the mods. So I like to filter out, just take a look at your fixed dots, really. That. Sort by. Okay, let's see what we got. 329's off the bat. Nice. Okay. I see why you're using this defense primary, because sure, this is all right. So I'm sure you're probably all already aware of this to some extent. You choosing to use a potency set mod that has no potency on it for JML is compensated by the fact that it's 29 speed, so it's fine. Also, it's flat protection on protection for a character that uses his max protection to drive crew damage. Also fine. But if you are already having mods of this quality, then you're closer toward my end of the woods than you think. You should be pickier. Make sure that you're having good internal synergy on your mods. So, yes, like this. Like you've got a 27 speed offense primary with flat offense on an offense primary. This is awesome. This is a great mod. Although I do recommend that this is a crit damage because he gets the crit basically for free. I wouldn't worry about his ability to do crit. It's pretty monstrous. Yeah, this guy is another one that you want to push similarly like Bausch. So yeah, like this potency one, it's another one where you could compensate for not having potency on this with other mods that he's got equipped. But yes, high-end accounts should be... Everybody's looking for speed all the time. It's always a good way to go. But I would say that being extra discriminating about secondaries is the right move for you. That's one thing. See a lot of speed sets. It's good. Yeah, you've got really good depth on speed, to be honest. You know how to seek your speed out. That's good. Yeah. I'd like to see less mods like this, right? Like this is, 21 speed on 5 rolls isn't the very finest, but this is a perfectly functional mod. And I'm not saying this needs to go on Asajj. I'm saying try not to produce new mods like this, right? A crit chance set type with no crit chance on the secondary. You're ideally looking for something like 4 or 5 speed on each speed roll. So at some point I would have stopped trying to work with mods like this. If you haven't seen before on my YouTube channel, I have a series, how to mod, that starts from, very scratch. And there's actually 3 videos, mod guides 1, 2, 3. And, by the time you get to the 3rd one, you're talking about advanced topics, stuff like what we're going into here. But as far as tips on how to divide your efforts between what types of sets, how much time you're spending farming mods versus farming materials, how to prioritize, when to stop selling a mod and work on it later, stop selling a mod, use it as it is, knowing that you'll never work on it further, stop selling a mod and sell it. Really, all the details. So if you haven't checked that out, that may be a help to you, especially with you being pretty developed in speed. Do you know how to find your speed? Look for the other secondaries to complement it. I see much more speed on your roster than I do of offense or defense. You have some tenacity mods, probably not as many as you would like to have. Check that out. You should put a couple days a month into tenacity farming. Any specific questions, feel free to ask, though, Stanimal. Really appreciate you. And, yeah. Follow up with the chat. All right, Black Hammer says, I added an offense crosser. Now her offense will be 9.7K. My man, that's just about there. I like that a lot. Well done. Keep pushing the offense on whatever those other 2 mods were, and then you can see where that 10K is possible. All right, your Ezra is 379 speed. Is that a safe speed to keep away the Great Mothers? The real answer to your question is it's really up to the people that you're fighting in your neck of the woods. If you wanted to be industrious, the way to check right now would be here to Grand Arena, hit leaderboards, and then you would have to scout out the 8 people above you and the 8 people below you. Those are the maximum possible range of pool for you to be matched with for the first week of next season. The closer you do that work to the actual lock-in time, that'll be more reflective of everybody in the list. But if you actually looked at the Great Mothers and the Morgan of all of these opponents, and you checked that your Ezra was actually going to be faster, then the answer is yes, you're good at 379. And honestly, that's pretty fast. My Exile Ezra is 380. And I compete here at the top of Kyber 1. It's not the fastest one. There are a couple of folks I have to watch out for that do have Great Mothers fast enough to take me on anyways. Right now we have like a 25% turn meter light side cron that gives my General Syndulla a free leg up on getting that fracture out, which generally holds the Great Mothers at bay for now. But I don't have a permanent solution. The animal says, I try to keep my Treya team to a special order, and they are effective. But do you agree with how they are modded? We can have a look at that. I actually have, in addition to the how-to mod series about actually building up a mod collection in itself, I have mod guide videos on characters and factions. Treya is one that I actually just finished up the faction. So today released the video for Talon. Tomorrow the video for Scion comes out. The videos for Treya, Nihilus, Savage already live on YouTube. And I talk about turn order in there as well. But let's go ahead. Go back to your characters and have a look. Filters, Sith. Alright, sort by overall speed. I miss. Oh, he's. Whoa. Holy shit, 317. Okay, so in my video, when I'm talking about this team, the turn order that I have listed, I actually think I still have the text. This one. Okay, so on your traditional full 5-man Treya team, this is the turn order that I have going from left to right. Talon ends up being pretty naturally fast. Like, I see yours was just over 300 speed. Mine's like 280 something. I've had her definitely faster. It just so ends up happening that she's number one in the turn order. I don't think it's significant that she's deliberately made first. She just ends up being first. Darth Scion, for practical reasons, I want faster than Nihilus and Treya, because I want him to use Torment on his first turn, sweep off all the buffs from the enemy team, taunts, everything, foresights, all of it gone, so that Nihilus follows up right after with Drain Force, increases their cooldowns, reduces our cooldown of Annihilate. Then Treya isolates a priority target, reduces the cooldowns on Nihilus, and now he gets to double dip from that because he's ahead of Treya, right? We're reducing the cooldowns on Drain Force and Annihilate from that. I think a lot of people have Nihilus slower than Treya. And that's just money left on the table. A little bit of money. You can decide how much that matters. And then Savage is basically not needing to be particularly fast. I do like to keep him between like 250 and 280, something like that, like 254. This is perfectly adequate. But I cover everything about why these guys are set up the way they are. Team comps and turn order. Good bit of detail. I encourage you to check it out. Maybe you have to see the mod guide video. Your mind is so slow, So the thing is, most people think that he can be at 0 speed because he's gaining turn meter. But the turn meter is... See how I only have like 110 speed added, okay? Now that is a decent amount of speed to do through non-speed mods. And remember, when I say I like him between 250 and 280, I'm also talking for top end of Kyber 1, top 50, top 100 of Kyber 1. I'd say this is a reasonable spec for. I think I've been as low as 220 and been okay, so I don't mean to set you into a panic about it. I don't think you need to worry too much. It's more important that you have the protection primaries, as much defense as you can stack, stuff like that. You have the Talon Omicron, so I try to attack enemies with pain. Yes, that is a good value move. That is a good value move. Hopefully you also have the Savage Omicron. Really, I would probably get the Savage Omicron first. As a single Omicron, it does more than Treya's. Then I'd pick up Treya's, what is it? The Unique and then the League? No, there's only just the one. Okay, so that's just... Yeah, pick up her Unique and then Talon last. Talon I would rank the least of those Omicron. Good question, though. Okay, yeah, you've got all three. Nice. Looking good. That answer your question about your Sith, Stanimal? Any other questions you had about your roster? And don't be shy, folks, in between, We're taking care of Stanimal's questions here, but I can answer you guys in between. Don't be shy. Step on it. Yeah, you're welcome, Stanimal. No easy fixes, Leia and Drogon updates. Yeah, the Bausch and Drogon. Yes. Check out my... here, I'll show you mine. So here's my Bausch. Here, we'll just show you the mods first. Health primary, dig that, right? No offense, sucks. I don't like it. I'd like to replace it long term, but you'll see that the final result, I've kind of compensated elsewhere. Like, I've got an offense mod that has a lot of potency, but no real added offense. I've got potency mods with no real added potency, but a lot of added offense, that type of thing. One scratches the other's back and we get the job done kind of feeling. But yes, health primary here, crit damage here, potency here with high offense. I really, really like that. It's a rare cross to come up with, but she's one of the characters that gains big value from it. And then, of course, health circle. So, yeah, strong offense secondary here, very much so here. Less so here, but we've got health, right? And I could find a better mod, I'm sure of it. But then I'm trading away quite a bit of speed. The biggest strength of this mod is its speed. It otherwise has the secondaries we want, just not in the right ratio, but it'll do. And then here. Basically a perfect mod for her, right? Health, potency, offense, speed. And how's that come out? Just under 100,000 health. This is kind of like fantasy numbers, man. I'm really proud of this set because, you know, with mostly trying to hit these potency and offense marks, I'm still just scooting in at just under 100,000 health. And that's thanks to that health primary arrow. You can't get close to that without the health primary arrow. Speed's decent, 325. Like I said, I could go as low as 300 because it's not about her taking a blazing number of turns herself. It's that she's getting called to assist, and so you need her actual attacks to pound more than we need her to take a substantial number of turns in the modern team. Crit damage triangle. This is what I was talking about with having that 200% potency. This is an excellent mark for a character that very much wants to apply debuffs, and she has the opportunity to do the AoE, thermal detonators. So, big value move. And then you come on down here and see 15,000 special offense. Now you might say, oh, Tass, well, what about this 45% crit chance? How are you going to land these crits and everything? Don't worry about it. Crits are going to come, okay? I want to say there's advantage, there's mastery ramping. Doesn't Jabba's lead at the start of the fight hand out mastery? In addition, first of all, what is her mastery? Yeah, crit chance is in her mastery, so that's going to naturally increase there, and then... yeah, 30% mastery off rip. Trust me, she's going to be critting. Reason for offense set over crit damage set with Bausch. I'm just not deep enough on the really great crit damage sets. I've got them kind of spread out. Like we just went over, I have a really good one on Padawan Sabine. I've seen other very highly ranked players rocking a crit damage set with strong offense secondaries. Got nothing against it. I probably would like to transition her to that long term, but I'm still getting holds here where I'm at in the Grand Arena, rankings against people in the offense set that I've got. So I feel like it's a lower priority because my Padawan Sabine didn't used to have either an offense set or a crit damage set that's anywhere near as good there. And raising her up so that she's a threat condition in the GL Ahsoka team is more important than getting that extra bit out of Bausch, pushing her out of the offense set into the crit. So it's about balance of resources. You're objectively right, though. Like, crit damage would be best on paper. No argument. And yeah, so that was Bausch and Hogan. Same kind of principle, right? You've got the... oh, that's right. I used to have this as a health primary, but I decided to really offense. This is my very finest offense primary cross. Still with a bit of health besides, yeah? And flat offense. Crit damage triangle. Offense secondary. Health. Yes, this is... so I needed to have at least one of these. Either the arrow or the cross. In addition to the circle being a health primary. To have just over 100,000 health, right? Is unique with the Omicrons giving him another 50% max health. This is a big boy for being still set up as a relatively heavy-duty attacker, right? 319 speed, not the fastest, but again, that's not really the job I'm hiring him for. Offense, and a huge health secondary. Really love that one. And what do we get to? We're just over 16,000 special offense here. I've seen at the very tip top people closer up to 17,000 special offense. For me, trying to push all that much higher from here would probably cost me one of the other benchmarks that I like. I really don't want to go slower than about 320. I don't want to lose the health because I made deliberate decisions to get up to that. So hopefully that gives you some ideas. What else you guys got? Heck, we're got a lot of folks tuned in. Got 17 folks still hanging out on YouTube and 21 over on Twitch, so feel free, folks. I'm still at your disposal. Otherwise, if it's quiet for a few more minutes, we'll send you on out to whoever's still live. Yes, you can move that speed set to someone that needs it. That was one of the nice things about making that transition with Bausch. Not only am I helping her do her job better, now I just freed up a killer speed set. Because I have one like you where she was pushing 360 like that. Found a good home for all those mods. Hey, Wolf. Loud noises! Yes, that's it. I asked for action and you gave me action. I'm not mad. I'm Zoltar. When Relic Delta drops, are you planning on remodding anybody? Realistically, man, Relic Delta is not meant to affect players like me. Most of my roster that I'm using in Grand Arena is Relic 9. Everything that I'm using is Relic 8 plus at this point. You know, I'm over 16.5 million, so yeah. I don't think I'm going to have to make any serious changes on my end because Relic Delta would... People who need to remod for Relic Delta are people that are punching up. That's what I'm saying. Like, Relic 10 is what they're adding to the game for me, and Relic Delta is how they mean for the rest of you to eventually relate to Relic 10. On. Hey, Empire! What's going on, man? We've had a long stream today, and yeah, man, good to see you. What's up, Tass? Who'd be the first you take to Relic 10? Yeah, we've talked about this a couple times now. You know, I think Lord Vader, if we, knowing nothing else about the stats that are going to be offered, surely we're going to have an additional flat mastery increase and some amount of either health or protection or both. So, in short, flat mastery and some survivability, right? We can also assume at least a small amount of damage, even if it is a tank oriented relic like Relic 9 was. So that said, Lord Vader, strong choice, right? Because his team is, and you know, he is stacking mastery when he pops his ultimate based on the relic levels of his allies. You know, his Empire, Clone, Dasufu allies. And yeah, so him being Relic 10, them all being eventually Relic 10, that would probably be one of my first entirely Relic 10 teams, would be Lord Vader's. But we were just talking about this on Plotting and Scheming the other night, and saying, you know, as far as a single unit to probably get it, this guy's probably the single best one. Yeah, thanks, Owie. Congrats on the Zuckuss shards. Yeah, I got that out of the first two stages. It's pretty cool. Yep. Looking forward to seeing what that can do. Depressed Wampa says, which pirates have a higher priority for the best mods first for a Pirate King Hondo team? So, you know, different of these characters are going to have different needs. Like, most folks are running a speed set on Pirate King, and I'm not here to tell you you're wrong. I'm here to say that I'm just trying out this full defense thing that Fatal was also, I believe, trying, and I ran it for a 3 versus 3 season. It was okay. We'll see what happens through this 5 versus 5. I feel having one season of each mode under my belt will allow me to decide whether or not I really want to commit to this, or do I go back to something to do speed. But yeah, he's having health primaries for the most part, right? So the man himself should have a decent setup. Either like a decent speed set is going to be about 610 speed on him, something like that. If you're if you're going to be in a speed set, be fast. Don't be a mediocre speed in a speed set, right? If you're going to be mediocre speed in a defense set, a health set, an offense set, anything but a speed set. Really, just don't be mediocre speed in a speed set. Too much money left on. As far as the next priority goes, if not the GL himself, Vayne is probably the best tank in the game. And so just setting himself up with a righteous tank set, all defense sets, ideally, 4 health primaries, ideally. Bad man. That's a bad man. So he would be number 2. Number 3 would probably be SM33. I'm of the mind that SM33 is mostly going to run with Pirate King Hondo. I want him to slap. Plenty of folks are running him in an offense set. I think that's fine. I'm running him in a crit damage set, again, with some strong offense secondaries. You see I've got some health added, no protection, 262 speed, 11.2k offense. When he runs up on you and does limb from limb, I'm talking people are getting discombobulated. Good. After that, Silvo, so that he can survive. I want to say Fatal hasn't been full defense sets with protection primaries. I did a speed defense blend, mostly because I'm just pressed on defense mods. I'm deeper on speed than I am on defense. So it was less costly for me to set him up like this. We still have him, 63% armor, 340 speed, solid amount of protection, 150,000, 80,000 health at Relic 9. I'd say he's fairly high priority. We do want him to survive. He's got good effects to keep alive for. Brutus is a really hard-hitting attacker, but out of everybody that we discussed, probably the least important, arguably. I don't know. You might say him with Pirate King is comparable, if not better, than SM33. We could have an intelligent discussion about that, but regardless, I see a lot of offense sets on him. No issue with that. I am also running a crit damage set with strong offense secondaries. I went with a 2-piece of defense because the profit mechanic on this team means that I really don't need to worry about stacking crit chance on these guys. So if I'm also having him at high relics, I gain more value out of a 2-piece of defense than I would out of a 2-piece of health. That's why it's there. Not needing crit chance, health not being as valuable at this high level, defense was the way to go. And yeah, so what did I get to? About 320 speed. You see 71,000 health, 103,000 protection, 10,800 offense. That's pretty strong in a crit damage set. Long term, it'd be nice to tweak and see how close I could push 11, but it'd be nice. I'd say he's probably the least important, though, of the 5 that I mentioned. Good question, though, Wampa. Yeah, you'll be on the lookout for defense sets. Right, yeah, don't forget about Prophet. Where is it? Wait, Prophet is defined off of... 10% crit chance and critical damage per stack. But yeah, these guys are going to be having that. That's my daughter playing her brand new harmonica. Got from school yesterday. Dad is lighted. I love me some harmonica blaring. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Next. we can all be serenaded together by my daughter. Wow, we're pushing on almost 4.5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good laugh right around. All right, guys. It's about 5 minutes to 7 p.m. Eastern. I think we'll start to wind it down here. If any other questions pop into the chat, I'll do my best to answer them. But let's get ready to wind down. Of course, if you want to be in touch when I'm not streaming, you want to find out when I'm going live, you got questions to handle when you can't catch me on one of my streams, that's the place to find me. There's my Discord. Find out on YouTube. Here's the link. All right. Wonder why that's like that. All right. Next, let's see. You're catching me live here. You already know I'm at twitch.tv/Tassenix. My YouTube channel is Tassenix Gaming, and if you haven't been over there before, I do recommend that you check it out. I have a whole bunch of sort of related content over there I think you'd be interested in. Stuff like the, Grand Arena Omicron tier list video, the aforementioned How to Mod Guide series, the mod guides on factions and characters that you've asked about. It's also a rebroadcasting point for my Grand Arena focused podcast, Plotting and Scheming, that I make with my friends Dagger, TJ, Sasha, Aisha, and Fatal, where we break down our exploits in the thereabouts of the top 100 of Kyber 1. We talk about how we dealt with the meta matchups of the week, our favorite attacks and defenses that we saw out there, our lessons learned for the week to come, anything else that we think worth sharing with you. That's all wrapped in. Yeah, have a good night. You got to do TB, says Black Lion. No problem, man. Thanks for tuning in. But anyways, guys, anything that you enjoy over there on the YouTube, please do hit like, hit subscribe to the channel if you want to see more. That is the best way to support my channel, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. The channel has really grown over the last couple of years, and it's all organic, guys. We're not one of the biggest channels out there, but every one of those numbers you see on my channel is real, and I appreciate the sincere interest. Rioric says, Tass, for crit chance triangles, what primaries should I be looking for? Well, first of all, crit chance, when you say crit chance triangles, I'm assuming, are you talking about set type or are you talking about primary? Because there are very few characters that actually do want crit chance primary. There are some. There are a handful, but not many. So, assuming that you're talking about crit chance set type, it is always desirable to seek the secondary as the set type. So on a crit chance set, I'd be wanting a strong crit chance secondary as well. Because the reason you're equipping a crit chance set type is you're talking about a character who has a deficit, who needs a big push up in crit chance, right? It's not enough that you used one of your health sets that had a strong crit chance secondary. No, that wasn't enough to hit the mark you were going for. You had to go for the crit chance set. So be selective and choose crit chance sets that have high crit chance secondary on them. And then, of course, it's highly desirable to have offense and speed thereafter. For any attacker that's wanting crit chance. Hopefully that answers what you're looking for. Good question. Anyways, yeah, aside from liking my stuff on YouTube, subscribing there, following me here on Twitch, all of that is the best way to support me. However, if you really love the cut of my jib, you love what I'm doing here, you really want to support what I'm doing, there are a few ways to go above and beyond. First of all, I have a, I have a Cash App. That is $Tassenix. Let's see if this goes through. Went through on YouTube. I also have a PayPal, which is tassenix@gmail.com. You'll be shocked to know. And of course, if you want to get some enhanced scouting power for your own Grand Arena, early access to some of my content, including plotting and scheming, and a couple other benefits besides, you may be interested in checking out my Patreon. Come on. This thing is killing me. Yeah, check out patreon.com/Tassenix. For any upwardly mobile Grand Arena player, there is something there of interest for you. At $5 a month, you enter the Tass House at the VIP access level, where you get early access to the Plotting and Scheming show. That's coming out to our general audience Friday mornings at 8 a.m., but patrons get it as early as Monday night. With allowing you to get the early edge on that first round of the week. In addition, dedicated text and voice chat on Discord where I'm usually lurking, so pop on in, say hi, pick my brain, what have you. Thank you so much to Andrew, Banja, Boba Iza, Deadpool Cow 28, JJ's Productions Twitch, Jobin4527, Miasmal, Mus Ross, Raise Malvis, Sam Vimes, Sheepdog 47, Squed, Stark Strategy Gamer, Sweens 14, and White Wolf. Moving on up to the $10 a month tier is VIP Access Plus, where you get a bundled Patreon access to me and to your choice of either OmegaBot or Hot Utils Patreon. OmegaBot's that tool that I show at the start of every one of my Grand Arena streams. It's the one with the graphs showing you, in an easily digestible way, your opponent's offensive and defensive tendencies. Anybody can use that tool for free to scout their opponent's last week of Grand Arena history, but only patrons can build out a custom report with any number of weeks. You get a downloadable HTML version of the report with links that you can click going right back into swugga.gg or Insight with data pre-sorted, just helping you further minimize your scout time. Alternatively, you might go for the Hot Utils Patreon, aka Chili subscription, which is your number one tool for mass mod management and loadout creation. Nothing else lets you switch so easily between your Grand Arena, TB, TW, raid mods. You can use it like TJ and Fatal do with the powerful automation feature to comprehensively remod your roster. Got a video about how to use that on YouTube, by the way. You can use it to slice through hundreds of mods in seconds, help out your guild and TW, whole bunch of good stuff. Hot Utils. No wrong way to go, though, at VIP Access Plus. Thank you so much to Aussie Mike, Darth Salea, Esh Sotnikam, JJ's Dad, Meow for Me, Mr. Tony, Shake23501, Single Malt Jedi, Snack Attack, Riker, Supermard, Trouble Fingers, and Zoltrek. At VIP Access Premium, that's $15 a month for the Double Bot Bundle. So Patreon access for me, OmegaBot, and Hot Utils, all under one subscription. Getting just those bots anywhere else costs the same as this bundle, which is why so many of my patrons say this is one of the best values in all of Swugga. Thank you so much to Argots, Arj, Bjorn, Big Ninja, Pallidus Invictus, Depressed Wampa, Duckstab, Darth Link, General Milan, Ibenek, Johnny B. Ottawa, Kev, Mini GK, Pills, Boone, Quig, Raleigh, Daldag, Sir Boss, Sophis, Sprizzle, The Lost Womp Rat, Trevor Boy Gaming, and Wilco. At the top of the list in Jesters Club Elite, first up is Nomad's Reaper, the one and only, the man who pops in from time to time and drops hundreds of subs, thousands of biddies all in one go. He has set numerous hype train records pretty much on his shoulders many times over. Thank you so much for the extraordinary support, man. And of course to Pills, who's recently just made it kind of a habit to pop into streams, especially like at times like this, like with minutes to go before I raid out. He'll pop in and do crazy stuff like start hype train, start off dropping 5, 10 subs, sometimes goes on up over 100, but also really incredible generosity. Thank you so much, man. Special thanks first go out to The Lost Womp Rat, one of my patrons, who, really did me a solid, helping me set up my stream deck in the background, just making life easier for me to do what I'm doing here with you guys. So thanks, Womp. To Mrs. T, my wife, thank you for all you do in the background, whether that's bringing me something to eat or drink while I'm stream, or just keeping our daughter from tearing the house apart while I'm trying to be the very best, like no one ever was, at a phone game. And of course, to my co-hosts on Plotting and Scheming, Dagger, TJ, Sasha, Aisha, and Fatal. Gentlemen, it is always a pleasure to record our show together every week. I appreciate, despite the demands of work and family, that you guys reserve the time to get it done, because I learn from you every episode. Hopefully the feeling is occasionally mutual, but regardless, it's not about us. It is about the community that's popped up around our show. Rarely a day goes by that I don't see some happy comment come in on YouTube, a DM on Discord, somebody saying that something they saw, saw us talk about or saw us showcase on the show, helped them improve their game. So we're making a difference out there, guys. We're achieving the mission that this show was starting to create. Appreciate you guys for showing up, and I wouldn't change a thing. Yeah, Womp Rat. Always appreciative. Surprised you're still awake. Go to bed. All right, guys. Let's see who's live. Been real fun today. Got some new folks who popped in today for the first time, so that was really cool. Let's pass on the goodwill over on YouTube. See who we can't raid you guys out to. Galaxy of Heroes? Anybody live? It doesn't look like it. Really? Yeah, it's literally just me. Wow. Okay, well, I'm sorry. It doesn't look like I have anybody else to send your YouTube folks out, so it's going to suddenly cut off for you here at the end, but let's make ready to send you guys on out on Twitch. Hey, Cosley, have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. Same category. Who's live? What crazy bat? So Tico's birthday stream. We got to go in and say happy birthday to our man. He was in here with us before he started up his stream. Let's go show the man some love. Tell him happy birthday. And, yeah, starting up the raid here. So thank you guys for joining for this casual Q&A stream as we took care of the Conquest, the TB. I might do another one of these, maybe two, Send messages. Let me know. Show me your demand for these, and I'll do more of them. That's the script we'll stick to. Otherwise, been a real pleasure here today, guys, and I'll let you know on Discord. I'll make an announcement if and when I'm going live again here before next week. And until next time, it's been real. It's been awesome. And real awesome. Take care.